to the International Online Conference of UNESCO GNLC Cluster on Citizenship Education, which is co-hosted by UIL, Larissa, and Yeonsu. I'm Yeonsu, a team leader of the Department of Lifelong Education of Yeonsu. I'm a general moderator for this two-day conference. All sessions except cluster planning session will be recorded and made available later on the online platform. Let me inform you of the notice on the screen before starting the conference. Microphones of all participants will be muted. Speakers will be unmuted before their presentation. After joining Zoom, please change your name in order of your full name, organization, and city on the screen. If you have any questions for speakers, please post them in Q&A section on Zoom. Moderators will collect them for discussion. If you have any comments to share, please post them in the chat. There will be a 30-minute break between all sessions. Click the language for translation. You may find an Earth-like icon on the menu. Please click it and you can tune in on English, Korean, and Greek channel. Today, we will start off the opening and presentation from the coordinating city, Larissa and Yeonsu, followed by session 1 and 2. Each session will be led individually by separate moderators. Now, Mr. Olga Churova will moderate the session from now on.
Hello to everyone. Good morning. Good morning from Larissa. We are very happy. We welcome you to the online conference, Strengthening Citizenship Education at Local Level, which takes part on for today and tomorrow. UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities clustered on citizenship education with coordinate cities Larissa from Greece, where I'm talking you from, and Yeonsu, the Republic of Korea, and supported by the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. We hope the conclusion of this today's conference will contribute and will help all the cities and individuals and UNESCO to have more achievement and more challenges and opportunities working for the global network of learning cities. So the first speaker for today and for the conference is Mr. Sotiris Bulgaris, Deputy Mayor of Social Policy and Lifelong Learning. So Mr. Sotiris Bulgaris, I will give you the floor to tell us about the strengthening citizen education at local level for the Larissa city. Mr. Sotiris, the floor is for you.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Αξιότιμε κύριε Διευθυντά του Ινστιτούτου Διαβίου Μάθησης της UNESCO, αξιότιμοι κύριοι Δήμαρχοι των πόλεων Λάρισσας και Yeonsu, αξιότιμοι κύριοι Γενικοί Συντονιστή της UNESCO, αξιότιμες και αξιότιμοι σύνεδροι, εκπρόσωποι δήμων, πανεπιστημίων και φορέων, φίλες και φίλοι από τις πόλεις του κόσμου. Καλώς ορίσατε στο συνέδριό μας. Στο συνέδριο που διοργανώνει η πόλη μας η Λάρισα, από κοινού με την πόλη Yeonsu της Νότιας Κορέας και το Ινστιτούτο Διαβίου Μάθησης της UNESCO. Στο Παγκόσμιο Συνέδριο του Μεντεγίν της Κολομβίας μας ανατέθηκε η επεξεργασία της θεματικής που αναφέρεται στην ενεργό πολιτιότητα και στην εκπαίδευση. Μετά από περίπου ένα χρόνο, ανταμώνουμε σήμερα, διαδικτυακά και όχι διαζώσεις, καθώς η παγκόσμια υγειονομική κρίση που απειλεί την ανθρωπότητα δημιούργησε νέα δεδομένα. Παρόλες αυτές τις νέες συνθήκες και σε πείσμα τούτων των καιρών, εμείς προβαίνουμε στην υλοποίηση αυτού του συνεδρίου. Σας καλωσορίζω λοιπόν όλους και επιτρέψτε μου να χρησιμοποιήσω τη φράση των αρχαίων ελληνικών που επιλέχθηκε το 1977 από τον Καρλ Έντουαρντ Σέιγκαν, Αμερικανό αστρονόμο και αστροφυσικό, και η οποία ταξιδεύει στο σύμπαν με τους Voyager 1 και 2, απευθύνοντας αυτόν τον χαιρετισμό σε όλο το σύμπαν. Ήτινες, ποτ έστε χαίρετε, ειρηνικός προς φίλους, ελληνίσταμεν φίλοι. Στα νεοελληνικά θα το λέγαμε χαίρετε όποιοι και αν είστε, ήρθαμε ειρηνικά σαν φίλοι σε φίλους. Ας κηρύξουμε την έναρξη αυτού του συνεδρίου, ευελπιστώντας στα καλύτερα δυνατά αποτελέσματα που θα αποτελέσουν οδηγό καλών πρακτικών για όλες τις πόλεις που ανήκουν στο παγκόσμιο δίκτυο των πόλεων που μαθαίνουν. Παρακαλώ και καλώ και τον εκπρόσωπο του Δημάρχου της Yeonsu για μια σύντομη παρέμβαση. Καλή επιτυχία και σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sotiris Bulgaris, for your contribution and the opening speech for this conference. By the schedule now, the mayor of Yeonsu has the floor, but is it okay? Mr. Sotiris Bulgaris invited someone, the deputy from the Yeonsu. Or we will have the recorded, now by the schedule we have the recorded message by the mayor of Yeonsu, Mr. Nam Seok-gu. So the recorded video, and later on we have it, the mayor live.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen.
그리고 또 귀빈 여러분, 오늘 GNLC
The conference will be held online with the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning and the city of Larissa in Greece, taking into account the health emergencies caused by the COVID-19. Mr. David Acharena, Director of the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, Mr. Apostolos Kaloyanis, Mayor of Larissa, Greece, Mr. Dimitris Delianis, Chairman of the City Council of Larissa, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for sharing this special experience. I would also like to thank you, all of the member cities of Global Citizenship Education Cluster, for their support and cooperation in promoting this meeting. The world's leading experts who will present their vision for strengthening citizenship education at local level, and the city representatives who will share their experience in citizenship education. Mankind has achieved today's civilization by overcoming numerous crises. Although it is in the corona crisis right now, humanity is a different tomorrow from today. It will make amazing progress again. Crisis in Korea is described as a phenomenon in which risks and opportunities coexist. The English word crisis comes from the Latin word krisis and Greek word krainin, which means a turning point in the patient's recovery and implies a decision on the situation. To sum up, the crisis is not just the worst, but the decisive moment in finding and welcoming new opportunities in the course of dealing with the situation. At this decisive moment, the need for global citizenship has never been higher as a strategy for mankind to share the ecosystem of the earth and achieve sustainable development. Now we are beginning a new civilization. The corona crisis that we face is changing our daily lives and changing the global economy and international order. It's time to gather wisdom again about where we need to go in the era of the revolution. In addition to lifelong education, online areas such as telecommuting, video conferencing, and non-face-to-face transaction have been greatly expanded. Although we physically isolated from each other, just as efforts in various fields for hyper-connected based on humanism are increasing. No matter how much the world changes, the core humanity as a human being will not change. Global citizenship education is the process of learning how to adapt to changes in the world while maintaining it strong. It would be true citizenship to find a way to ensure that everyone can have co-prosperity to recognize social diversity, feel the value of empathy and sharing, and to participate in a sustainable world with critical understanding of the world's phenomena. This conference will be a valuable time to conceive strategies to strengthen citizenship education as a turning point to overcome the challenging time. It will also be a meaningful time to understand how citizenship education is implemented in the communities and share good practices through presentations of 8 cities. We look forward to this conference as an opportunity to share the direction of citizenship education and to achieve co-prosperity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that encouraging speech of the mayor of Yeonsu, Mr. Nam Seok-ko, about crisis and opportunities, about the humanity and to adapt and be strong. We hope we'll fulfill his perspectives for this conference. Thank you so much. And now I give the floor to Mr. Apostolos Kalogiannis, the mayor of Larissa, Greece, the city that I'm talking to you from. So, Mr. Kalogiannis, the mayor of city of Larissa, one of the network of global cities, global network of learning cities. We invite Mr. Kalogiannis to contribute to the discussion for an opening welcome.
Καλημέρα σας, καλημέρα σε όλους από την Λάρισα. Σε μια δύσκολη στιγμή για την ανθρωπότητα και για την πόλη μας βεβαίως, η οποία περνάει αυτή την περίοδο ιδιαίτερα προβλήματα με την
hygienic crisis, our city co-hosts this international conference of UNESCO with the city of Yeonsu, of the democracy of Korea, for its thematic issues that are about education, educational citizenship, and how to create active citizens. It's a time of worry, fear for all the citizens of the world. A very difficult situation in the public health, to the economy, to the society. So it's time to talk and see all the issues of solidarity and social cohesion. We have to stand right and talk about the challenges that we have to face now, but also after the crisis, for the human rights, for democracy, for all the threats that we face, for the need to support the vulnerable teams and the responsibility of citizens, for the role of youth. Of course, all citizens must contribute, and especially the young ones. Today, under these circumstances, universal dialogue for the health of citizens of this world, for the poverty and for the fight of inequality and injustice, for the protection of our planet is crucial. So there are a lot of global issues that are more important than ever. In this two-day conference, we have a lot of good practices from cities that participate, and they will be presented from all over the world. We will have lectures from distinguished scientists. We will see a different forum for youth, and we will hear a lot of citizens that they have signed their participation to this conference. I would like to say that this is the first time that a Greek city co-hosts a conference of UNESCO, something, of course, that really honors us and shows that UNESCO has acknowledged our effort of Larissa and the municipality of Larissa for the learning cities. Our contribution to this network of UNESCO as an idea didn't come at random. It's a result of a very strong political will for the implementation of actions based on humanitarian principles of long life learning as an answer to financial and social crisis of the last period. As we are the new municipality authorities, we set as a target the creation of a very strong network of forums and active citizens in all the levels of local community with a target of transformation and the evolution of citizens. I think that everyone can understand that this building of a city that learns is a change of course. It's a very big change. And of course, this isn't easy. In Larissa, we managed a lot. Tens of hundreds of educational programs, festivals, actions, and international conferences, foundation of the University of the Citizens with thousands of participants. There are awards. Of course, the problems are not lacking, especially in this period. And we go step by step. And we have a lot of answers that we're trying to have. Of course, we have very reduced sources, and doubts are things that we're called to face. But the internet is a great way to use it and be together. So even that way, we had the chance to get together, and I think the discussion that we will have, so that will add to this effort of our cities, of our actions, and I estimate that under this coronavirus epidemic, I think that humanity would embrace each other, and we will be able to fight for it and go forward. So I do hope that when crisis is over, and all the people that will participate in this international conference will have the opportunity to see each other face to face, to see our hospitality that our city offers. So I would like to wish all the best to this conference. I would like to thank UNESCO that she trusts us to this effort. And I would like to say that we are here in a continuous procedure in order to transform our city, our community, creating more active citizens. all the best to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor of Larissa, Mr. Apostolos Kalogiannis. I'm very proud, and we are very proud, our mayor, for being a citizen of Larissa, of the achievements of Larissa in the global network of learning cities. Thank you so much for everything. And we promise to invite and to have all of them in our city for a traditional way of showing our hospitality. Now Mr. Seong-Ho Do, Superintendent Incheon Metropolitan City Office of Education, and we have a recorded message from him, and we are ready to hear from Mr. Seong-Ho Do.
안녕하세요. 인천광역시 교육감 도성훈입니다. 인천광역시 연수구가 주관하는 2020년 세계시민교육 클러스터 국제 컨퍼런스가 열리게 된 것을 인천교육가족을 대표하여 축하의 말씀을 드립니다. 전 세계적으로 코로나 사태로 인해 차별과 혐오가 심화되고 자국의 이익을 강조하면서 전 지구적 공동체가 위협받고 있습니다. 이러한 위기의 시대를 넘어 지속 가능하고 협력적인 사회로 나아가기 위해서 그 어느 때보다도 시민교육의 중요성이 강조되고 있습니다. 이번 국제 컨퍼런스가 클러스터 도시들의 세계 시민교육 활동 사항을 공유하고 도시 전략을 마련하는 행사로 매우 뜻깊은 자리가 되기를 기원합니다. 이번 행사를 토대로 세계 시민교육의 국제 협력과 연계의 중요성을 강화하고 세계 시민교육 클러스터 코디네이터 도시로서 인천광역시 연수구 및 그리스 라리사시의 선도적 역할을 기대하며 클러스터 회원도시 모두의 관심과 지지를 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Seong-Ho Do, the Superintendent Incheon Metropolitan City Office of Education. And yes, it's true that Larissa from Greece and from the other side of the world, the Yeonsu, the city of Yeonsu, and under the umbrella of an international organization, UNESCO, we're here and discuss, and we have the chance to discuss about strengthening citizenship education. We thank you very much. And now it's time for the overview and progress for the citizenship education and the thematic clusters. So I now invite Mr. Raúl Valdés Cotera, the team leader of UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, now that he can elaborate or continue the discussion. Mr. Raúl Valdés Cotera, you have the floor. Good morning from Larissa, Mr. Raúl Valdés Cotera.
Thank you very much. Good. Very well. Can you hear me?
Yes. And we're very anxious to hear what you have to say from Geneva. You are talking?
We are based at the
Hamburg.
UNESCO Institute.
Hamburg, sorry.
Yes, from Hamburg, and I would like to give first the floor, if this is fine with you, to the director. He will also talk, David Acharena, but let me just introduce right now the topic. So, dear members of the Global Network of Learning Cities, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you to this online conference, Strengthening Citizenship Education at Local Level, organized by the city of Larissa in Greece and the city of Yeonsu in the Republic of Korea. As you can remember, Yes?
No, you can continue. So I
Yes.
have to apologize for not being present Mr. David Achorena, the director of UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. But please, Raul Walter Cortella, thank you for having me.
No, thank you. I mean, we would like just to give a general view, but I think it will be important to have this the opening of the director of the institute, so he can really put the frame on the topic. That it's quite excited that we heard already from the mayors and representatives of the two cities. So I think it would be nice to start to do the closing of this. Welcome to David Achorena. So I give the floor to him, if I'm with you.
Of course, Mr. David Achorena, I have to apologize again for that, but we are live and we are from different countries. I apologize, and I give the floor to Mr. David Achorena, the director of UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. We're very happy to be with you today. So the floor is to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nam Seok-ko, Mayor of Yeonsu, Mr. Apostolos Kalogiannis, Mayor of Larissa, members of the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities, members of the Citizenship Education Cluster, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this important event on strengthening citizenship education at local level. I would like to extend special greetings to the cities of Larissa and Yeonsu, the two coordinating cities of the cluster on citizenship education, and our host to this important conference today. Revitalizing local democracy and making development sustainable requires at local level active citizens who are informed, responsible, creative, and committed to their communities and to the planet. Learning cities have a key role to play to make this happen. When looking at citizenship in terms of sustainable development, caring for others doesn't just mean to those closest to us. It refers to a sense of responsibility to the wider community, including future generations. At present, we are facing a global health crisis that has affected people in countries and cities around the world, exacerbating inequalities and calling for a new sense of solidarity, one in which caring for one another is more relevant than ever. Citizenship education, therefore, plays a crucial role for building inclusive and resilient cities and beyond for the future of humanity. It involves teaching individuals about human rights, justice, democratic values, and sustainability. It promotes respect for local culture and traditions, and also supports indigenous knowledge. Citizenship education is particularly relevant for vulnerable groups, enabling them to know about and exercise their rights. Citizenship education is also key for navigating through a world that is continually changing because of technological innovations, transforming the ways in which communication takes place, expanding the possibilities for knowledge sharing, and offering new opportunities for learning. When scientific knowledge and fact-based information are under attack, media literacy is becoming increasingly important. These issues affect people at every age. Citizenship education, therefore, calls for a lifelong perspective, beginning with early childhood and continuing through all levels of education and into adulthood via formal, non-formal, and informal modes. while much focus has been placed on citizenship education in schools and formal education, greater efforts are needed to promote citizenship in a lifelong learning framework, including, in particular, adults. By bringing together decision makers, planners, and managers from cities and experts from academia to explore current issues and effective strategies related to citizenship education, I'm convinced that this conference will contribute to raise and advance citizenship education in learning cities. During the last years, citizenship education has also become increasingly relevant to the work of the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, not only with the establishment of the UNESCO GNLC cluster, but also within the framework of its work on adult education. As part of this engagement, UL published recently a report addressing global citizenship education in adult education and learning in cooperation with the Seoul-based UNESCO Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding, APSEU. This report examines the competences needed for adults to act as global citizens, to learn to live together in a cohesive way, and to drive the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development forward. It sets out the key competences required by adult educators, making a case for better training in citizenship education. Another key initiative that I would like to mention is UL's 5th Global Report on Adult Learning and Education, the so-called GREL 5 report, that will be published in 2022. The thematic topic of this report will be precisely citizenship education in the framework of adult learning and education. The report will assess the progress of citizenship and adult learning and education in every region of the world. I'm therefore pleased to see this important topic being increasingly taken up at local level within the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities. I again would like to thank the cities of Larissa and Yeonsu for coordinating this important cluster, for bringing people together for this conference, and for their global contribution to promoting and strengthening citizenship education at the local level. I wish you all a highly interesting and stimulating exchange during these 2 days with many learning experiences, and I look forward to the outcomes of this discussion in view of the future directions for the cluster, but also for guiding and supporting the engagement of learning cities in favor of civic engagement, active citizenship, and global citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Achoarena, the director of UIL. Thank you, UNESCO, for being so supportive to our efforts for strengthening citizenship education, and thank you for mentioning all the reports we were discussed and we were searched for them. And after that, we have after the opening welcomes, we have the thematic clusters, the overview and programs. And so the floor goes to Mr. Raúl Valdés Cotera. This is the right time, Mr. Raúl Valdés Cotera, the team leader of UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. Can you hear us, Mr. Valdés Cotera?
Yes.
I apologize
Thank
to
you,
you
Olga.
too for last time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, as you can see, it was very important to have our director's message to frame the coming information I will share together with my colleague Edith. So as I was mentioning, welcome all, and just to remind you that in October 2019, more than a year ago, during the 4th International Conference on Learning Cities, the member cities of the UNESCO GNLC adopted the strategy 2019-2021. The aim of the strategy was to strengthen the network and improve knowledge production and sharing, to have mutual communication, policy learning, and capacity development. And as part of the strategy, 7 thematic clusters were established, and these clusters correspond to member cities' greatest areas of interest and are very much related to the implementation of lifelong learning in cities. The 7 clusters that were organized are: number 1, education for sustainable development; number 2, citizenship education; number 3, entrepreneurship; number 4, learning for health and well-being; number 5, equity and inclusion; number 6, education planning, monitoring and evaluation; and the last one, number 7, literacy. 2 coordinator cities and technical partners were established for each of the clusters to support the development or further improvement of relevant lifelong learning topics and strategies about the thematic topic. Simultaneously, through the establishment of the Donor Trust Fund, UIL is partner and further supporting cities in their efforts to promote lifelong learning through a pool funding mechanism. A year later, we can see today that activities have been undertaken by all 7 clusters. The UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning has worked closely with the coordinating cities and technical partners of clusters to determine working areas and procedures. In most of the clusters, webinars on key concepts have been organized, and thematic surveys have been also distributed. Tentative plans have been made for cluster meetings in coordinating cities later this year. Each thematic cluster is responsible for producing a progress report of activities to be shared during the 5th International Conference on Learning Cities that will take place in 2021. Let me share briefly some of the cluster progressions. For example, the Education for Sustainable Development cluster is preparing a case study publication on the role of communities in promoting ESD, Education for Sustainable Development. From November on, a series of capacity workshops on the topic of Development Action Plan for ESD will also be under preparation. For example, the Cluster on Education Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation held in 2020 introductory webinars on the concept of educational planning, conducted also a survey of 27 cities, and organized a full virtual cluster meeting in September, with support from the coordinated cities, Goyang in Republic of Korea and Huejotzingo in Mexico. And the technical partner, UNESCO International Institute for Education Planning, IIEP. And the second cluster meeting will take place in 17 November, next week. And an analysis of cities' survey responses will be presented. A series of webinar workshops on planning at the local level and monitoring learning city development have been organized together with UIL and IIEP will be organized in the beginning of 2021. In the case of the Citizenship Education cluster that consists of 38 city members, the cluster coordinators are the city of Larissa in Greece and Yeonsu in the Republic of Korea. And the technical partners are the UNESCO section of Citizenship and Peace Education in Paris and the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding, APSEU. The Cluster on Citizenship Education has conducted a survey among cluster members to get a better understanding of cities' practices and interest in the field of citizenship education that will be presented just after my presentation by my colleague Edith Hammer. What we're having today is the first cluster online conference organized by the coordinating cities of the cluster, Larissa and Yeonsu. I'm sure it will be a good basis to the other cluster for planning their own conferences. So congratulations for that. As you can see, the members of the Global Network of Learning Cities are working close with each other, strengthening cooperation by showcasing good practices, presenting actions taken, etc. In the last months, we also saw the Learning City members working hand in hand to share the solutions, not only providing learning during the pandemic, but also overcoming the crisis itself. More than 25 webinars have been organized with cities together with experts to exchange ideas and contingency plans and measures taken. The webinars regularly attract hundreds of city representatives and other stakeholders. In addition, the webinars and the work of the clusters make visible practical examples of local lifelong learning initiatives in responses to COVID-19 crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, today the GNLC, composed of more than 200 cities from 64 countries, continues to position itself strongly at the crossroads of all SDGs by promoting policy dialogue and peer learning among member cities, forging links, fostering partnerships, providing capacity development, and developing instruments and learning materials. I look forward to the increased cooperation between the learning cities in today's online conference, Strengthening Citizenship Education at Local Level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Raul Valdecotera. It was very inspiring and very promising, the words that you have sharing with us, and we're looking forward for all this that you just mentioned. And now we have the presentation on the Citizenship Education cluster. And I will now hand you over to Mrs. Edith Hammer, Program Specialist at UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. And we're looking forward to see the presentation of the results of the cluster survey. Mrs. Edith Hammer.
Good morning and good afternoon to all of you. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. So I'm very pleased to give you an introduction and an overview of a survey which we conducted among the members of the Citizenship Education cluster. And on this first slide, what you can see is a visualization of the answers given in the survey. It's a word cloud, and we can clearly see that unsurprisingly the words citizenship and education are the largest, so they have been mentioned the most in the answers, but we can also see other words that are quite interesting and related to citizenship education, like youth and schools, culture, community, social. So I think this gives a good overview of the topics that are strongly related to citizenship education. I would like to give you a brief overview of what we tried to do with this survey. So the main purpose was to gain some insights among what cluster members are doing in terms of citizenship education, how they are implementing this topic at the local level. And for this, we were focusing on 6 areas. So it was a rather short questionnaire asking cities to share a little bit about what are their strategic approaches towards citizenship education, what kind of partnerships do they build at local level? Who are the stakeholders that are involved in their efforts? Who are the main target groups that citizenship education is directed to? Also to give some examples of good practice of what they are doing. We asked them to identify their thematic priorities, which they are most interested in. And last, we, of course, referred to the current context of the COVID-19 crisis and asked them how citizenship education may have changed within their local context and what they have been doing to support local communities. In addition to these 6 core areas, we also asked several questions about technicalities that help us to organize the work of the cluster, but I today will focus on these 6 areas mentioned here. So the survey was launched in May this year in 3 languages. It was sent to all members of the cluster. We have 38 members in the citizenship education cluster, and we received responses from 11 cities. So I'm mentioning this to clarify that the survey and the results that I'm presenting to you are not representative of the member cities of the UNESCO GNLC or even of cities in the world, but they rather provide insights of good practices. Maybe we can see some commonalities and differences of different cities and also identify some trends, but it is not as such a representative study. We have received responses from 4 different regions, Serekure from Guinea. In Asia and the Pacific, we have 3 cities from Korea who participated, Danyin, Yeonsu and Gwangmyeong, also Shiraz from Iran. From the European North American region, we have Gelsenkirchen from Germany. We have 2 Greek cities, Heraklion and Larissa. We have Espoo and Gdynia included in the survey. And from the Latin American region, we have the city of Contagem in Brazil. So we are very thankful for those who took the time to respond to the questionnaire. So I would like to present the results of these 6 core questions. And our first question was directed towards finding out what are the strategic approaches. So we asked the cities if they have a dedicated strategy for citizenship education. And in fact, 8 cities positively answered that question. We have 2 cities who may not have or do not have a dedicated strategy, but still citizenship education is a strategic priority included in other development strategies of the city. And we have 1 city of Gelsenkirchen, which has not yet defined this topic as a strategic priority, but is quite active in terms of actions and implementation. So what are the aims and purposes of engaging in citizenship education? The cities informed that they want to promote political awareness, involvement in political decision-making and electoral processes among their citizens. They want to promote gender equality. They want to raise awareness for the importance of lifelong learning. Another strategic priority is the involvement of youth in political decision-making, but not only youth, but also elderly learners, and importantly, to strengthen the ties between the generations. A very important issue is, of course, the inclusion of migrants and refugees, particularly also in terms of knowing about their rights and getting engaged, participating in political decisions, and to promote a culture of anti-racism and that is non-discriminatory. And within the current context, of course, very important is the promotion of resilience among local communities, which also helps to cope with crisis. In our second question, we were interested in what kind of partnerships are built and who are the stakeholders responsible for implementing citizenship education. So as you can see, almost all of the cities have a dedicated unit in the city government. And the interesting point, I think, about this question is that we can see quite different modes of governance for citizenship education. So we have some cities who show a very broad range of stakeholder involvement. They have chosen almost all of the predefined options here. So it is a very broad process, whereas we have other cities, as an example, Danyin and Shiraz, who have a more centralized approach, and the implementation of or the strategic direction of citizenship education is really guided by the city government. As mentioned, there is one city that does not yet have a dedicated unit in the government. This is Espoo. Espoo has a very strong decentralized and bottom-up approach. They involve all the other stakeholders that are listed here and get them together regularly to exchange on citizenship education and to promote its implementation. So we can see the governance modes for this topic are quite different in the cities. Who are the target groups? Who are the ones who shall benefit from citizenship education? Here we have given also 6 predefined answers. There was also an option to define others, but this was not used in the answers. And the first 3 strongest groups are also maybe the more general groups. So I think this is the reason why they were selected more often than the last 3 groups, which are more specific vulnerable groups. In the next slide, I will give some examples of what cities have been doing to address the needs of the target groups, and we can see very good examples of addressing particularly the needs of vulnerable groups. What I found interesting here is that for the Korean cities, we can see more that they address these general groups, children, youth, and adults. So their programming and implementation is targeting a broader population, whereas some of the other cities have more specific targeted approaches to reach the target groups. To give just some highlights, almost all of the cities who responded to the questionnaire have shared very interesting and valuable experiences, and we will also have the chance to hear from many of them during the next 2 days in the different sessions. So I have chosen here 3 cities, 2 of which will not present during the conference, so I thought it would be nice to include examples here. To address the needs of immigrant children and adults in Contagem, there is a project called Schools with No Borders, which is about teaching the Portuguese language to immigrant children in elementary school. But beyond children, they also target their parents. So the aim is to strengthen the links between the schools and the families and reach out to the parents also to enhance their language skills. In Espoo, as mentioned before, they have a very strong, very broad involvement of stakeholders, and youth councils are an important part of this. Espoo has established councils actually for youth, elderly and disabled persons, and they are actively involved in decision making. So while many of the youth representatives, due to their age, are not actually allowed to vote in formal elections, they still have a voice in political decision makings by being involved through these councils. An example from Shiraz is a children's rights clinic, which aims to provide legal advice to vulnerable and marginalized children and their families, and to provide also trainings on legal issues. This covers a broad range of topics, importantly including issues of domestic violence or child abuse, to provide a targeted support to these groups. In our 5th question, we asked the cities what are their main thematic interests, to assess also a little bit on where we want to go with the next year's work in the cluster. So the top two priorities chosen are climate change and environmental sustainability, as well as promoting diversity and intercultural understanding. They received the highest ranks. So climate change and environmental protection covers a range of subtopics, also including energy efficiency, recycling, or waste management. We can see examples, for example, from Contagium, which include sustainability issues in the school curriculums. Also, a very interesting example is provided by the city of Gwangmyeong, which also included the topic of environmental protection through arts projects. In terms of promoting diversity and cultural understanding, topics such as conflict resolution and mediation are important to counteract racism, and also to introduce children in particular, to different cultures in the world by bringing the music, culture, literature, but also food closer to them. And this has been established through the Windows at the World program in Heraklion as one example. Other strategic priorities that were mentioned are strengthening democratic values, enhancing critical skills for civic literacy. 7 cities decided that they were very interested in that, and ensuring human rights received slightly less attention, but is still among the top 5 priorities of cities. Our last question was referring to the current context to assess what cities have been doing to specifically promote citizenship education. During the past month, we could see a lot of different actions and examples of good practice from cities. They have also been shared through a webinar series by the UNESCO GNLC. Here we have collected specific approaches to promote, to support communities in terms of citizenship education, and we can see that there are very important topics included here. For example, to reflect and support local citizens so they can build trust in their governments. This is quite a delicate issue in many countries now, with restrictions applying, also restricting individual freedoms. The questions of individual rights and responsibilities are quite permanent in such difficult times. Of course, also this crisis requires a change of behavior. It requires learning about new measures to prevent health and to get used to this state of the new normal. Within local communities, we've seen a lot of voluntary engagement. We've seen the strengthening of local communities, and cities have done a lot to also share empathy, to enhance solidarity among local communities, to build resilience through voluntary work, for example, but also to create a sense of awareness that we belong to a global community, that we are kind of all in this together, and also to see what can each and every one do in terms of promoting a sustainable and healthy lifestyle. And the last point I want to mention is that, of course, in such crises, also cases of domestic violence were on the rise, and cities have taken specific approaches to counteract this, as well as setting steps to construct a non-discriminatory culture, particularly also in these difficult times. So this is the end of this overview, which I guess also provides a good introduction to the topic, to see what the cities of the cluster have been doing. We will further work with this survey to plan our work with the Citizenship Education Cluster in the next year towards the 5th International Conference of Learning Cities. And we would like to, of course, invite all members of the Citizenship Education Cluster to participate in the survey. We will circulate the questionnaire once more because it is very important to build a strong evidence base to make these examples of good practice also available to other cities, to showcase them in order to strengthen citizenship education at local level, which we will see now also during the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
We thank you very much, Mrs. Edith Hammer. You have mentioned the points of your survey. I think is very helpful for all the cities, and we help you help us to have a strong evidence base, and we will contribute. We promise that we will contribute even more to that because it was very helpful. What can I mention? The good practice and the information, all the information that we gained from your presentation was very, very helpful. Thank you very much. So Mr. Dimitris Deligiannis now from the city of Larissa, chairman of Larissa City Council, Councillor Profession of the Hellenic Open University, and I have to confess that I heard about the global network of Larissa City from Mr. Dimitris Deligiannis from the city of Larissa. Now I invite you, Dimitris, to contribute to the discussion. We can hear you. Dimitris, you can unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me? Do you hear me? Okay?
Yes, yes, we can hear you very well. And we're anxious to hear what you have to say to us.
Dear friends, participants of this online conference of Cluster, good morning from Greece. Just a moment from this PowerPoint. Θέλω να ανοίξει το τέτοιο συνελήφθα. Okay. It is the first time that the Greek city is coordinating just a moment because I have a problem with my PowerPoint.
We can see the PowerPoint, the presentation of Dimitris, but
I can't change the card.
The slides? The slides, okay, yes. Okay, in the meantime, if someone can help you, the help desk from this Learning City of Larissa perhaps will help Dimitris with a presentation. If someone, just a few minutes before Dimitris is ready, someone wants to make a comment about what we have.
Yes, I think.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dimitris. We're live.
You can change the card from there. Okay. It is the first time that the Greek city is coordinating an international conference of UNESCO. And as our mayor said, we have this conference in the center of a new financial, social, and health crisis. We undertake the advantage to participate in an international dialogue about the human rights, about democracy, about the threats it faces, the support of vulnerable groups, the responsibility of citizens, the role of young people. In September 2015, from 193 countries, members of the United Nations, adopted a common plan, the Agenda of 2013. The aim is a better future for all of us. The Institute Lifelong Learning of UNESCO created the circumstances for the new start of global network of learning cities with more than 200 cities all over the world. A lot of people believe that the ideal frame of overcoming social problems is our cities. A lot of people believe that we have to face our biggest challenges for the human development, where we meet the local with the local practices and the global goals. Noam Chomsky, next card. Noam Chomsky has long warned that by imposing ruthless capitalism and globalization, the world has taken a path that threatens democratic normality. Power is transferred from public institutions to companies in which voters have no say. Similarly, the great German philosopher Habermas refers to the democratic deficit of modern Europe and the transformation of policies into an executive elite that is not prepared for a political way of shaping mindsets. Next. How then can one describe everyday life, the situation of the level of society and institutions? The states are in crisis, economy is in crisis, and the citizens are in danger. At the same time, recent researches on the reality of times of crisis refer to the domination of fear and anger, to the rhetoric of ever-growing hate against Roma people, against refugees, against immigrants. We saw this in recent years in many countries, in the United States, in Europe, in Greece with the rise of the neo-Nazi party, the Golden Dawn. The Greek challenge, next, is to mobilize civil society, the citizens, democratic dialogue at all levels, with answers to questions, as Freire says, such as what, why, how, for whom, against whom, by whom, for whose sake. Policies are formulating can be an important tool in contributing to a different reading of reality and the beginning of change with social consensus. We in Larissa, since 2017, Larissa Learning City, as a member of the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities, is promoting actions based on the humanitarian principles of lifelong learning. It is clear that when a city chooses to become a learning city involves a process of change. Our main aim is to foster the dialogue between city stakeholders and citizens and creates partnerships, critical thinking, and active citizenship. It is clear, next, that the solutions are political. The future requires organized and responsive local communities and leaderships to educate active citizens in the years of crisis more than over. The road is long and goes through the motivation for action, participation, and decentralization, a deep philosophical concept. It refers to synergies and areas of responsibility rather than areas of power. Next, the problems, of course, are not lacking. Limited resources, lack of trained staff, suspicion and doubts are issues we are often called to face. What were visible from the first moment were years of problems in cooperating within the authorities, but also in the area of the municipal mechanism itself. In the period 2015-2019, dozens of workshops, 3 international conferences, educational programs, and innovative actions targeting specific social groups were organized. Thousands of citizens, our employees, children, parents, teachers, social workers, disabled people, members of vulnerable groups like Roma people, refugees, immigrants, addicted people, prisoners have taken part in these actions. Our point of view is the holistic approach. In October 2017, as you see in the card, a few days after the award of the city by UNESCO in Cork, Ireland, Major Apostolos Kalogiannis announced a new local institution, the Citizenship Education. Its purpose is to provide organized learning cycles for all the citizens of Larissa, giving priority to the vulnerable groups. The very use of the concept of citizen in the title of the institution underlines its political and social dimension. It is true that the nomination of our city as the coordinating city of the Network Learning Cities of UNESCO on citizenship education in September of 2019 created new priorities. The new institution refers to the progressive tradition of the humanitarian view of adult education. We think that in the context of an educational process, a key issue for every member of the local community is the creation of conditions for gaining a critical mood and free participation in rational dialogue in a period of crisis. Collaborations, the organization of well-structured educational programs and their connection with actions and the promotion of the concept of active citizenship are the basic criteria for shaping learning cycles. You can see some of our programs. And I must mention that the first workshop held with Professor Ted Fleming, we can hear him after, was on the modern democracy in crisis, challenges and opportunities. I would also like specifically to mention the preparation of programs such as parent schools, language courses for refugees and immigrants, disability awareness program for municipal councillors and services, computer courses for the third age, our holistic intervention on, in the Roma population, the training of teachers for the use of art in education. The new reality we live in nowadays, because of COVID-19, has created new challenges. Our first step was to organize 4 online roundtables to discuss this new reality. During these roundtables, the consequences in fields such as public health, social outcomes, economy, and education were analyzed with great interest by the audience. And of course, our next steps include an educational cycle to support local teachers in the use of distance learning methods, online lessons for parents, online health programs, including prisoners. We were glad to hear a few days ago that this initiative won Goodwill Award 2020 for good practices on outreach and access in adult education. And now, we must say something. about the operation of innovative municipal youth council, the educational programs for new students in municipal hall with the participation of 500 students in 1 year, and the announcements of the municipal authority for the program Open Schools were the new elements in strengthening citizenship education. During this conference, we will have the opportunity to hear good practices of each city from different parts of the world, with a different culture or political and social traditions, special scientists, famous scholars of lifelong learning from different universities in the world with different approaches. They all focus on different subjects. It is usual to hear carefully and learn from each other. We should try to find codes of communication, focusing on these matters which connect us. We speak about concepts known from old wise scholars such as Jacques Mézirow and Paulo Freire, the critical thinking, the transformation of stereotypes, the empowerment of citizens. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Mr. Dimitris Deligiannis, the chairman of Larissa City Council. And I think the man that introduced the global network of learning cities in the city of Larissa. Thank you, Mr. Dimitris Deligiannis. And now I will invite Mr. Nam Seok-ko, the mayor of the city of the Yeonsu, one of the coordinating cities of this online international conference. And we're very happy to see you live. We watched your recorded video, and we are waiting for your words. Thank you very much. The floor is to you.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. I hope all is well. I'm Nam Seok-ko, Mayor of Yeonsu. I'm very pleased today to share achievements, challenges, opportunities, and strategies in citizenship education of Yeonsu with GNLC members. First of all, let me take you through briefly introducing Yeonsu, followed by citizenship education projects. Here is a video to watch for introducing Yeonsu.
Learner beings always evolve. This is the case with Yeonsu, where Songdo International City is. Learner beings always evolve. This is the case with Yeonsu, where Songdo International City is. Yeonsu-gu, which started out as a lifelong learning city in 2003, was designated as a special education and globalization place and was selected as a member city of UNESCO GNLC in 2018. Yeonsu-gu, which has been serving as an international community to create a sustainable and comprehensive lifetime learning for everyone system that no one is left behind, was selected as a coordinator city to host a cluster of global civic education at the 4th World Learning Cities. The evolution of GNLC Yeonsu, which opens the future thought sharing from now on, is beginning. Yeonsu, a long-standing historical city where Baekje envoys, who started diplomatic relations with China more than 1,600 years ago, stood as a key locations in the Pacific periphery, where 15 international organizations, including 7 UN organizations and GCF, 10 prestigious global universities and global companies were concentrated, with UNAPC-ICT, UNISDR, UNESCAP, and other UN-affiliate organizations. Experience the diverse cultures of the world at the Foreign Language Open Center and the International Language Experience Center, and become closer to the global neighbors. will promote a new tomorrow. Digital technology, which alienates vulnerable groups, is different in Yeonsu. Cafes, parks, residential areas, and subway idle spaces are transformed into learning spaces, realizing a place of lifelong education that meets within 10 minutes. Local recipients receive media training and utilize free equipment and facilities to make their own Yeonsu Village TV. Broadcasts such as Resident Village Broadcasting Team, Yeonsu Reporter, and Village Broadcasting Content. In particular, Yeonsu Story is a legacy for future generations and a channel for connecting generations. Smart Learning City will lead the fourth industrial revolution. Breaking down the barriers between learning creates a new standard for smart learning. The challenge is the mission of the time given to us. We are ready for the big world. Beyond Yeonsu, beyond the Republic of Korea, beyond the Asia Pacific, and into the world.
Yeonsu, designated as a lifelong learning city in 2003, has continued to evolve to a learning city with the ordinance enacted and the in-charge organization formed, and built the strategies to become a lifelong learning city with a vision of with the community, with the world. Local lifelong learning city, Yeonsu. Putting lifelong learning in place in a systematic way, there are a variety of education programs for all age groups in progress, including a co-project between 10 domestic and foreign universities, the International Language Education Center, public libraries, and the Youth Career Experience Center in Yeonsu. Yeonsu became a member in GNLC in 2018. This year marks for another challenge for Yeonsu. Recently, Yeonsu submitted an application to host the 5th International Conference on Learning Cities. I would like to ask for your interest and support. Next, I will talk about how Yeonsu has dealt with and operated global citizenship education amid the current worldwide crisis. We are under syndemic, faced with the issues of a lack of communication from social changes, on unequal education opportunities for the digital disadvantaged communities, as well as disaster-causing problems such as plastic waste and climate change. Setting up the development of diverse contents and platforms to foster citizenship, such as mutual understanding and caring, which will help overcome the crisis. First of all, Yeonsu planned a program which will enhance the community value of co-living and critical citizenship with a focus placed on the promotion of inclusion and partnership. For ways to make lifelong learning available, Yeonsu has established an online learning platform to sustain the community learning via Zoom or YouTube and small number classes. Also, try to improve the quality of frontline education by having in place the instructor education for adaptation to changing online learning environment. Citizenship education projects in Yeonsu are run by the two main axes of adult learning in lifelong education and global citizenship education at school. Yeonsu set up a project with the catchphrase of Global Citizen Lab Yeonsu. It is front and center which aims to express the Yeonsu's identity as a transformational lab with flexible platform. In pushing citizenship education as a part of lifelong learning and pushing for the detailed tasks with a goal set for establishing and proliferating citizenship education, which is in pursuit of the critical understanding of social issues and the active action taking. And here are our efforts to foster citizenship in action. Especially, Yeonsu has programs in place which deliver its own vision for citizenship education beyond simply learning programs by developing instructors and planning for programs through a number of meetings with specialized civil organizations for citizenship education. Yeonsu has the category tailored education in place to help the community better understand and the activists of global citizenship education improve their expertise. We shared the concept of citizenship education and domestic cases at Forum on Global Citizenship Education held in July. In order to promote citizenship education through cooperating in the field of lifelong learning, the city concluded the MOU with the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding. Under the auspices of UNESCO, the National Institute for Lifelong Education and the Extension College of Seoul National University are going to co-host a workshop for citizenship education activists from all over the country this November. Next, let me introduce special citizenship education programs with a focus placed on the development of specialized program and the expandability of citizenship. First, Yeonsu is running the Citizenship Education Outreach Project, which offers the values of all classes in addition to the existing curriculum run by lifelong education institutes in Yeonsu. Also developed the post-coronavirus age, read the world and practice local actions with global goals on intensive learning curriculum, which focuses on the fundamental values of citizenship education of Yeonsu's pursuit and community-focused practicing. This curriculum begins with the history of citizenry, followed by reviewing social issues, understanding social issues of inclusion and human rights, going through domestic practical cases and discussing social practicing and partnership. It aims at promoting the critical citizenship, which grasps mutual diversities and discerns surging hatred and discrimination from mass media outlets. The development of a follow-up curriculum will in progress, and totally committing to cultivating the global citizenship among communities through engaging diverse subjects and in various ways to push the project. Especially, the classes for disability advocates have thrived in progress since 2009, training citizens who have actively provided supports for the needs of the vulnerable groups and working on the curriculums in diverse forms, such as the world culture and language programs for the subjects of cultural diversities and inclusion of societies, and the exclusive online audio channel romance hurts. Yeonsu is aggressively pushing ahead with having community associations in place to realize the democracy driven by resident self-governing councils and elevate urban resilience. Lastly, a plan will be put into action to have learning clubs in place and foster activists to share and proliferate citizenship. Also, fully support learning resource activists to engage in more activities for practical promotion and distribute the report related to Global Citizen Lab Yeonsu project to enhance the awareness for citizenship education among domestic and international communities. Yeonsu, since designated as Education Globalization Special Zone by the Ministry of Education in 2012, has pushed for global citizenship education with a vision set for cultivating talents capable of communicating and coexisting with global communities. Let me now introduce major school project. Yeonsu selected 21 elementary, middle, and high school to develop an exemplary model for citizenship education in connection with school education curriculum and have programs in place. Especially, Mongol Desert Prevention Program, an international exchange project involving Mongol students, helps students strengthen their capabilities as a global citizen. Yeonsu Global EduUp project aims at helping students from elementary, middle, and high schools in jurisdiction with activities to reinforce their global capabilities. For the climate proposal competition with Green Climate Fund helps youth get interested in coping with climate changes. I hope that we have opportunities to find some time for contemplating and sharing opinions on the challenges related to the future direction of citizenship education. Amid social changes brought by coronavirus through this conference, in consideration of the aforementioned challenges, Yeonsu will repeatedly call developing global citizenship education with lifelong education institutes and experts, introducing participation-centered learning methods to promote local actions and cultivating activity. Citizenship education is getting more important by the day. I wish this conference allowed us to discuss the way forward and future directions, promote the development of citizenship education, and have all cities learn, emphasize, and grow together. Thank you.
Thank you for your amazing video, and thank you for inspiring us, Mr. Nam Seok-hee, the mayor of the city of Yeonsu. Yes, we were inspired by your presentation. Thank you very much. And now I have to ask my Korean colleagues just to give the permit to Mr. Dele Yanis to share his screen with us, to show us a video from the city of Larissa. Through a technical problem, it wasn't available before. So after the presentation from the city of Yeonsu, we have the video from the city of Larissa. Is it okay, Dimitris Deligiannis, now? You can share? You can share the, okay. we're looking forward for the video from the city of Larissa. It's obvious that we have still a technical problem with that. Dimitris, are you there? Just a minute to wait if the problem will be solved in a minute, but waiting for Dimitris Deligiannis to share the video. I have to say that... Okay, Dimitris.
I think that we are okay.
We are live, so this is very common and but truly I have to admit that it was a very nice first day, and the contribution of all of them to the first day of the conference were amazing. Okay.
Πού είναι το βίντεο που το είχαμε βρει και είπαμε να το έχετε πρώτο?
I'm speaking, I'm the moderator of this first session, and I'm very proud to be the moderator for the opening welcome. We hope, I do hope that, and we deeply believe that can you okay, do you have the video? Come on, Larissa.
Λίγο το έχετε εδώ μέσα, στο αυτό το κίτρινο που σας δείχνω. Ανοίξτε το λίγο, εκεί το έχετε. Ωραία, ανοίξτε αυτό.
This is common problems when you have a live conference.
A city that learns. Many other open self-learning cities and actually put together their program.
We can't see the video, but we can hear Dimitris. We don't know. I don't know if you can share your screen.
This is going to be a city that learns. That's what's going to be its defining characteristic. And it's really
Dimitris, we can only hear your video, but we can't see your video. Do you want me to conclude the conference? And if you can stop me if you're ready, but we have the after the opening welcome, the first session.
We have a lot of problems, but you can go on.
Okay. We admit the Korean is years in front of us in the term of technology, but Greece we will go to them. So I wanted to share my feelings that we deeply believe and hope that the conclusion of this 2 days conference aiming and strengthening citizenship education that will fulfill your expectation. And I have to admit that it empowered me to empower our efforts in the city of Larissa for more achievement and more challenges and opportunities. And now we have the video of the city of Larissa. We are very glad to share with us.
Open self-learning city. important idea that this city has initiated is to put out the concept that it's going to be a city that learns. Many other cities call themselves learning cities and actually put together their programs and say that they are learning. But Larissa has done something different. It has decided that its very identity, that it is going to be a city that learns. That's what's going to be its defining characteristic. And it's really interesting. The city has decided that in order to be more democratic,
We can't hear the video, but we can share the pictures. And Ted Fleming, I think, is with us. Just to say, would you like the Professor Ted Fleming just to say a few words, because we couldn't hear his voice through the video? Is Ted Fleming with us?
Good morning.
Thank you, Ted Fleming. You are always saving the city of Larissa. Thank you very much.
Hello, Olga. Thank you for your welcome. I just want to say a few words. I see you're trying to launch a video, Dimitris. In the video, I was making a very simple point, and that was that Larissa is not only a city that learns, but it wants to say that what defines it and how it wants to create an identity is that at the very center of what it is, it wants to be a learning city. So it's going to define itself as a city that learns. This actually locates the city in quite a unique tradition. The tradition being that those who want to bring about a democracy, and Dimitris was quoting Jürgen Habermas earlier this morning, and what he says is that democracy is something that needs to be learned every day, all your life. And not only that, but democracy itself is a form of learning. Dewey talked about education. Any kind of education is a form of living together. He called it a form of conjoined living. So this city has decided that it's going to be a learning city, because only by learning will it become a democracy. And one of the special groups that I see, Georgie Kolazides texting around this morning too from Thessaloniki, which is nice, identifying an interest in young people. Tomorrow I'll say something about that issue. But I know I'm just here for 1 minute to give Olga an opportunity to decide what comes next. So I'm delighted to be involved. Good to see all my friends. I miss everybody, and it's nice to speak to our new colleagues in South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ted, for your contribution. Not for this moment, Father, for your major contribution to the city of Larissa and the learning cities. We deeply hope that the conclusion of these 2 days will contribute to democracy, as Ted Fleming said before. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the contribution and your attention. Thank you very much, the director of UIL, David Achoarera. Yes, David Achoarena. And thank you, the mayors of the 2 cities that coordinate cities, the city of Larissa, Mr. Apostolos Kalogiannis, and thank you, the mayor of city of Yeonsu, Nam Seok Ko, and all the participants. The conference continues with the program starts at 11:30 CET after a break. And I'm Olga Churva, Regional Director of the Greek Public Employment Service, located in Larissa. Please stay safe, do your best to protect yourself and your beloved and your cities, the learning cities. Thank you, UNESCO. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. 안 넘어가.
We'll be back at 11:30 with very interesting presentations for the first session. We'll see you 11:30.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Orgacharova. This concludes the opening session, and the session will commence at 11:30. So see you on session 1. And as soon as we got the mail from Larissa, we are gonna to stream their video. See you then.
So can I just check who the technical person is?
About 1600 years ago, a ship which had left ferry found the sea of a new history. And, having had become a cruise ship representing Incheon, it returned here to the port of Yeonsu district. I love the view in the morning when a day begins. I love the view of Yeonsu district, preparing a day for a more affluent tomorrow.
안녕하십니까? 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 신입사원 김연수. 안녕하십니까? 안녕하십니까?
오늘 첫 출근이신가 봐요.
Today, excitement begins. Yeonsu district, a trade hub connecting the Korean peninsula and China. It is becoming a city connecting the past and the future. With the construction of KTX departing from Incheon and GTX, it is becoming a transportation hub with early start. Yeonsu district is taking a step forward to a gateway city of Korea through the cruise passenger terminal and the Incheon new port. Clear stream of valley in Cheongyang Mountain, where children's laughter never ceases, and Seunggi Stream, which is becoming an ecological stream, and the tidal flats designated as Ramsar wetlands. Yeonsu district has been protecting clearer nature for tomorrow. It goes toward a marine ecotourism city as implementing more plans. For children to dream more and to create a happier future, it has been committed to supporting education. Yeonsu district has supported young entrepreneurs to help them grow brighter tomorrow and has made efforts to create more jobs. As the senior citizens' rich experiences so can be used more and efficiently in various places of society, Yeonsu district has been striving to create working life for the elderly. Cruise ship home port in various cultural festivals. With the attraction of various forums and international organizations, Yeonsu district is becoming a center of economy and culture that more people visit the district. A city where children's laughter never ceases. Yeonsu is creating a beautiful city without alienated children. A city where anyone can share and enjoy culture. Without inconvenience of living, people can enjoy their comfortable lives. Yeonsu district is creating a pleasant city. More beautiful streets. Yeonsu district is creating a comfortable themed city, reducing difficulties of the small businesses through utilizing the local currency and helping local residents enjoy more benefits. A city where residents' voices come first. Yeonsu district is creating an open city where everyone can participate in the administration and communicate with each other. To create a city where all residents' daily lives get warmer, Yeonsu district has been striving. Yeonsu district is thinking about the future all of us making together. The history of the past 100 years that Yeonsu district has made becomes the miracle of the future 100 years. A city that will shine more tomorrow. Now, we are in Yeonsu district.
Welcome to session 1. You watched the opening and presentation from UIL and coordinating cities. Let me give the notice again for those who joined after the conference started. Please carefully read the notice on the screen. If you have any questions for speakers, please post them in Q&A section in Zoom. Moderators will collect them for discussion. If you have any comments to share, please post them in the chat. Click the language for translation. You may find an Earth-like icon on the menu. Please click it and you can tune in on English, Korean, and Greek channel. From now on, Mr. Roberto Guevara has the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good day. I'm Jose Roberto Guevara, I am speaking to you at from Melbourne, Australia, and I just in the spirit of global learning cities and where I am found, I am located. I just want to acknowledge the people of the Woiwurrung and the Bunwurrung language groups of the Eastern Kulin Nation, on whose unceded lands I conduct my business, being part of RMIT University. My university respectfully acknowledges their elders and ancestors past, present, and emerging. And also we acknowledge the traditional custodians and their ancestors of the lands and the waters across Australia. And so I bid you greetings from Australia. I bid you greetings also from the indigenous peoples here, but also I welcome you to this discussion today. And so I think if for those who were here for the first part, we were welcomed by the two host cities, Larissa and Yeonsu, and it was very inviting to see cities learning together. And so today, the first session I am honored to present is the first session that will look at the theme of citizenship education and fostering environmental sustainability. And we have two keynote speakers and three presenters from cities that will share with us their experience. I just wanted to check because we wanted to make sure that there's opportunity for conversation and discussion. The instructions were to put questions in the chat box. So I just want to check that people are able to enter questions in the chat box. So please direct your questions there. I have Christiana from UIL, the UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning, will be helping me to monitor the chat box. But if you just want to have a comment, then please feel free to use the chat box and the Q&A, okay? And so with that, so we have, we look forward, therefore, for you to be able to engage with us in this next session. And so I just want to make sure all our speakers are we're here, and in between speakers there'll be opportunities perhaps when we do have the technical turnover of their sharing their slides. And so I'd like to welcome Arjun. I think I last saw Arjun in 2014 or 2015, long time in Japan at the end of the Education for Sustainable Development decade in Japan. So Arjun, can we check that you can share your screen, please?
I'm trying now. Let's see.
Okay, we can see you.
Yeah, I think I can.
Okay.
You can see it?
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce Arjun Walls, Professor of Transformative Learning for Socio-Ecological Sustainability at the Wageningen University in the Netherlands, and also a guest professor on whole school approaches to sustainability at the Norwegian Life Sciences University. He's also currently the chair of the UNESCO Social Learning and Sustainable Development. And so again, as I said, I welcome back Arjun, and it's nice to see you again and traveling this journey in terms of environmental sustainability, but now trying to fuse together this idea and looking at citizenship education as we're being hosted by the Global Network of Learning Cities. So you have your 15 minutes, Arjun. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto. It's an honor to be speaking to you in this unusual times. And I will take 15 minutes, hopefully. I won't be talking too fast because I have a lot to say. But let me try and start right away. So one question that I would like to pose to all of you is, what does it mean, good citizenship, in times of what I would call systemic global dysfunction? And systemic global dysfunction refers to the way we are living on the earth in terms of how we deal with planetary boundaries and the ecological ceiling that we have to learn to live within, but also in terms of how we deal with rising populism, the loss and the erosion of confidence and truth and trust in institutions, and the demise in many parts of the world of democracy. These are serious issues, and we need to find a way to live together on a healthy planet, and not just us as human species, but also our fellow species that we are all entangled with. So how do we do that? I'd like to introduce to you, and many of you may know, Kate Raworth's donut. She introduced the donut economy, and to me it's a very useful way of looking at our challenge. How do we become good citizens that can live within the ecological ceiling, protecting our climate, our ocean, the biodiversity around us, making sure that we have clean air to breathe, and that we do not pollute with chemicals and nanoplastics, microplastics, and so on. But at the same time, also live equitably with good education, gender equality, social equity, having political voice, which she calls the social foundation. And the challenge for our generation and future generations is to learn to live in that safe and just space for humanity. And she also suggests that that requires a different way of looking at economics, maybe looking at we-economics, where we become more mindful of each other, less competitive and more collaborative, and where we regenerate and become more circular in the way we think about production and consumption and so on. The Sustainable Development Goals kind of fit in this donut. Some are more on the outskirts, connecting with the planet side. Some are more in the middle, connecting with prosperity and people more. And all of these are intertwined and connected. And I think that is critical. Because if we look historically at what I call planetary education that tries to improve the well-being of people and planet, there is a risk of what you might call competition between topics that all scream and demand our attention. This is something I created when I did a review of the decade of education for sustainable development that Roberto already referred to. Where you see all these different kinds of educations, and I haven't even added global citizenship education to this one at the time, but there's climate change education, there's consumer education, health education, human rights education, development education, and all these educations, environmental education, they all, when you look at them in a very narrow way, they're quite distinct and different, and you can draw boundaries between them, but when you look at them more broadly, and you start seeing the connections between all these issues, they are all talking about some common themes that has to do with utilizing diversity, equitable sharing, earth rights, human rights, resilience, degrowth, holism, a kind of planetary consciousness, a deeper kind of democracy. So there's a convergence, and you could call education for sustainability and global citizenship a convergent point of all these different educations. And it's not just about, again, the SDGs, they all connect to these different educations. And the challenge is not so much to see how we can develop all these educations separately, but it's much more about finding a way to be more relational in the way we think, that we are very good at making distinctions, and our education system is very good in categorizing, boxing, talking about subjects and subject matter areas, and making distinctions has become almost the main task of education, whereas seeing connections and seeing interrelationships and seeing interdependencies, how our lives are connected with the lives of people elsewhere in the world, how our lives are connected to other species, how our lives are connected to past generations and to future generations. This kind of relationality is critical if we are to become more sustainable. I must flag that it is not so easy in a time where we are inundated with information, where we are inundated also with false information, where through the social media there's a lot of nonsense that goes viral, is easily replicated, and it demands for also a critical literacy, a critical understanding of where does information come from, who put it there, with what kind of intent. Otherwise, people will get confused, and confusion can lead to a kind of withdrawing, a kind of apathy, not knowing who to believe, who to trust, which could just amplify and accelerate unsustainability. So this critical literacy, digital literacy, media literacy is an essential component of sustainability. And I don't talk much maybe specifically about environmental sustainability as my main topic is today, because I think it's critical that we try to look at sustainability as a holistic concept that includes ecological sustainability, that includes economic sustainability, that includes ethics and values, that we see these connections, and that we also become critical of some of the mechanisms and structures that make living in a sustainable life and become good citizens very difficult. Because these structures that are often connected to colonial ways of thinking, that are connected to neoliberal ways of thinking, that have a certain idea about expansion and growth and market share and shareholder value, these are kind of principles and mechanisms that make living together in a more ecologically balanced way on this earth and in a more equitable way on this earth very difficult. So also critiquing and becoming aware of, and depending on the context that we live in, trying to transcend and maybe disrupt even these kinds of structures is an essential part of critical citizenship education. We must recognize that a lot of young children, and not just young children, also many adults, are very worried about the future. And there is a kind of a dystopian future that is not very generative, not very energizing. There is kind of a fear that is real and also cultivated sometimes, that can lead to apathy, depression, anxiety, and that can actually lead to a withdrawing of these important issues. So we must create what I call a pedagogy of hope to overcome a culture of fear. And we see a lot of young people rising and trying to say to policymakers and international bodies, governance bodies and national governance bodies, that if we are to have a planet that we as young generation can live on still, we must act now. There is an urgency, a climate urgency, a biodiversity urgency that demands that we learn to live differently on this planet. Greta Thunberg is a good example of a young person trying to mobilize people, also asking questions about education. What is education for? Are we being prepared for a future that will be affected, and in many parts is already affecting a lot of people, leading to migration of people and making it very hard to live well on this planet. So we are in a time where being and becoming a good citizen is not so easy, because there's a lot of complexity and uncertainty, confusion, extinction of truth. People are highly connected through our technologies, but we're kind of disconnected between the places where we inhabit, and we are also disconnected in the sense that we do not have a meaningful connection with people around us, and that we are also disconnected from the physical spaces and nature around us, and we need to reclaim those connections. So connectivity probably asks for less screen time and more green time, as I like to say. So dominant conventional economic logic we need to start questioning, and that requires a critical perspective. And we must be careful not to get lost in apocalyptic futures, which can undermine our energy, our willingness to make change. So in the end, we do need a continuous learning going on in what I call a reflexive society towards attractive futures for all. Sustainable development need not be depressing. It can be generative, it can be energizing. And there are so many hopeful examples and movements that can actually inspire people all over the world. And some of these movements are grounded in indigenous perspective, more relational ways of being in the world, whether this is Ubuntu or Bien Vivir in Latin America, Ubuntu in Africa, and all over the world, we see pockets of innovation that are more geared towards sustainable living. So what does it mean to be a good citizen? It refers to a citizen who is responsible and caring and fulfilling in terms of one's social and democratic duties, but also actively participating in creating a healthy and peaceful society in which all people can be heard and can take initiative, care for each other, express themselves, be critical and generative. This is from a background paper that I've been working on for the GRIL. It's the Global Report on Adult Learning and Education, which talks also as a separate chapter on learning, citizenship and sustainability and adult education. In these definitions, we often find some anthropocentric tendencies. We tend to focus on the human, ignoring the non-human and the more than human world. That's something that I'd like to flag. There's also sometimes a tendency to see it as citizenship as something that we can train or that we can condition people, and that is a very instrumental way of looking at citizenship. It is much more, I think, in terms of trying to avoid this instrumental trap. We must look at more emancipatory perspectives on citizenship, and I'll say something about it in a minute. And there are, of course, social, cultural, and regional differences in what is emphasized more. In some African contexts, there's some evidence of more fluid and more emergent forms of citizenship that call for a more flexible definition of urban citizenship based on rights and responsibility. An understanding of the complexity of grassroots movements and associations that often focus on the marginalized poor. In Asia, there are some tensions emerging as a result of rapid economic growth, extreme wealth consolidation, highly volatile democratization processes which affect the manifestations and possibilities for more emancipatory forms of citizenship. We did some research that shows that if we want to engage with SDG 4.7, which is about climate change, global citizenship, and education for sustainable development, and SDG 4, quality education, is one of the mechanisms that can lead and help develop all the other SDGs in a way. It's more a process and a mechanism, you could say. And these are 5 that are critical. 1, we must engage with values and ethics and the moral issues around questions of distribution, around question of future generations and interspecies equities, intergenerational equity, and so on. Second, we need to pay attention to diversity as something that can be generative in leading to more creative futures and creative ways of living more lightly on the earth. Dissonance is a critical component of learning to think differently, disrupting common systems and routines, agency, empowerment, transformative capacity, giving space for people to bring about change in their own lives, in their own communities, and creating spaces also in education for this is critical so that people can experience that it's possible to change things and to learn from the attempt what's working with you, what's working against you as well, and how can we overcome structural barriers. Change and transitions, understanding the difference between optimizing an existing way of doing things or transitioning to an alternative way that's based on different assumptions and values and constitutes a much deeper change. And in the end, lastly, boundary crossing and systems thinking, this more relational way of knowing and being in the world where we see connections and we learn to connect and relate to each other in a healthier way. An eco-pedagogical approach is one approach that might be fruitful in developing such critical global citizenship. And that's the kind of learning that leads to human actions towards increased social and environmental justice and planetary sustainability. It requires problematizing of the causes of social environmental violence, Misiasa calls this, including oppressive processes of globalization and constructs of development, economics, and citizenships that emerge from what he calls socio-historic oppressions, like colonization, racism, patriarchy, neoliberalism, xenophobia, epistemicide, the loss of certain ways of knowing, and the dominance over nature. And it can help citizens respond to emerging sustainability challenges within what we call this current post-truth challenge. And Gadiotti from the Paulo Freire Institute talks about Gaia, a Gaian pedagogy that connects with this approach, which refers to immersive and relational way of learning that can facilitate deeper connections with place and people and the non-human world, but also can aid decolonization processes. So I'm going to wrap up. we have a huge task, a transition task, where we need to rethink how we live on this earth, if we can connect people and planet by developing forms of citizenship that are more mindful, that are more caring, that are also more critical. There are lots of innovations, pockets of innovation that are happening all over the world, both in the north and the global north, global south, which is also a kind of a false binary these days, I think. And you see some of these different movements: localization of food, localization of power, local energy independence, and so on. And they all connect to new forms of governance, decentralized forms of government, different spirituality is becoming more, meaning making is becoming more important, forms of social entrepreneurship. And the real question, or the challenge, I think, is how to connect adult education, but also formal education, to these pockets of innovation. Urban living labs are examples of different stakeholders working together in creating a healthier, more sustainable, more carbon neutral futures. And they all are popping up, with citizen science often playing a big role. And these are often temporary constellations or configurations of people learning together to try to figure out a more sustainable way of living. And there are lots of examples, and I don't have time to share them. This is a project on transgressive learning that we were engaged in through Wageningen University, but also many other universities around the world, with different groups, community groups, developing different examples of people co-creating sustainability and developing more mindful, caring forms of citizenship. I don't have time to explain all these stories, but there are a few that I will just run by you. And in the end, it looks a living curriculum for schools, connecting with all these pockets of innovation in the community, bridging these different forms of learning, connecting with all the SDGs, trying to see how they are interrelated, I think is a challenge for global citizenship education. And there's a natural connection with education for sustainable development. So the task of global citizenship education is one of creating environments that breathe sustainability and cultures that invite the kind of citizenship that allows for more relational ways of being in the world, but also require the required creativity that we need to generate more sustainable futures. And it implies a shift away from developing, teaching and educating certain mindset that we train or something like that, to designing environments or seeking environments that kind of are conducive, that invite these qualities. So in a way, global citizenship cannot be trained or conditioned. It must be created through designing spaces where people can become more mindful, more sustainable, and more caring. So it's really a different way of looking at education, a more emancipatory perspective. And linking to these niches, these social practices and movements can be a big part of beginning to do so. So thank you very much. I'm sure there will be some questions. There's also possibilities to email me or to go to my blog, transformativelearning.nl, where you find some of the resources that I refer to in my talk. Back to you, Roberto.
Thank you very much, Arjan. Thanks for challenging us. And again, we're now seeing that the Q&A is live. And I just want to, before I pass to the next speaker, while we're now setting up for our next speakers, Joanna, you can set up. I just want to ask the first question. I think it helps set the scene for us instead of waiting for the end. There's a question from Omar Sulyami, who says, Arjan, do you think the definition and development of citizenship education in schools globally have proved problematic? So in other words, I think we can start with this whole question of the definition, because you start with what is a citizen. So in a sense, what is citizenship education? And I'd like to pose not just for schools, I think, because you also say the value of community and adult education. And so while you're answering, and Joanna can perhaps share the screen, but please do answer, Arjan.
Yes, I think citizenship is a dynamic concept. It's inevitably ill-defined. So we always have this tendency to want to fix things and to define things, and then that's our truth. And I think citizenship is highly contextual. It depends a lot on the context that you are in. There will be some common themes, and certainly if we agree on some universal values like caring for the future is important, or equitable sharing is important, fairness is important. If we agree on those, and we must recognize that we do not agree on those, there are people in this world, and many people actually, that believe that competition is important, that it's okay to take care just of yourself and everybody should take care of themselves, that the goal of being on this earth is to grow and expand all the time and to innovate and to renew all the time, and not to conserve and to preserve things that we have or to just be. We must always continue to develop. That is a particular value. But so we need to have that conversation about values and ethics. So my short answer would be, we must look for that common core in citizenship. And I think we see some convergence in light of sustainable development that includes being mindful of other species. I'd like to emphasize that, and being more connected to place, and becoming mindful of how systems and structures shape who we are, and often without being aware of it. So that was really critical, that we become more aware of that. But at the same time, we must be careful to prescribe a particular form of citizenship and then to try to condition people to become that citizen, which I think is kind of counter the idea of emancipation and self-determination and autonomy and people figuring out together where they should be going.
Thank you very much, Arjun. So I think, so excellent starting point. We've looked at trying to define, as Arjun said, define. Sometimes when we think of defining, we think of prescriptions. And I think what Arjun says, it's not prescriptions. It's trying to find core common values that we might share, yet being contextual. And so in a sense, so thanks for setting the scene, Arjun. And again, what we will do now is to get two of our cities to present their context. And here we have Joanna Krukowska from the Urban Lab program in the Social Innovation Lab budgetary unit of the this is Gdynia in Poland, who's a project manager of the Urban Lab, who will share her experience in terms of trying to, and again, as Arjun said, to contextualize. What does it mean to contextualize citizenship education from the perspective of addressing the core issue that Arjun talked about in terms of climate change? So Arjun, hold on, Arjun. There are a few more questions that you can see in the Q&A that I'll ask later on. But thanks, Arjun. If we can give you a round of applause, we'll give you a round of applause. Thank you. Joanna, it's your turn for your 10 minutes. Thanks, Joanna.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad for being here. So I will have to start with a big thanks to the organizers and city coordinators. As well, very, very big thanks to Arjun, because your intro was very inspiring and interesting, and I think it's perfectly connected with my presentation. I will be talking about climate change citizenship education in case of Urban Lab Gdynia program. First of all, a few words about city of Gdynia. Gdynia is a city in the northern Poland. It is located on the southern coast of the Baltic Sea. It has population around 250,000 citizens, and which is important in case of our city, that we are part of metropolitan area. In case of institution that I represent a Social Innovation Lab, which is autonomous budgetary unit of Gdynia City Hall. Our mission is to develop and support innovative social solutions for citizens with citizens. One of this program, actually one of the department of Social Innovation Lab, is Urban Lab Gdynia. And Urban Lab Gdynia actually is a program aimed at creating a space for dialogue between citizens of the city, NGOs, city institutions, including the scientific and business community. And each of these cross-sectoral and interdisciplinary components consists diagnosing challenges and needs of search for social innovation and solving them. Urban Lab Gdynia is actually a urban living lab for knowledge sharing when we work with different actors in the city, as well as it's actually a physical space. But due to the fact the COVID-19 pandemic, now we are more virtual than a physical space. It's a 3-year test because Urban Lab Gdynia established on March 2019. And we are testing the concept of this kind of urban living lab that is working on a citywide program operated by Social Innovation Lab. And our method as Urban Lab consists of 3 levels of working. We work on a policy level and practice level, connecting mayor's community with a strategy group that consists many experts from NGOs or from academia. As well, we focus on thematic teams that try to narrow the challenge and set of problems, which is also very important. We do not work only on a policy level, but we try to create opportunities for new solutions and local cooperation, involving citizens in such elements of city competencies and trying to look forward to new innovative ways of solving some micro level dilemmas. And the third element of our method is a new network and ideas, tools, and better understanding each other, better understanding the challenges that we are struggling in the cities. So we have such elements that engage stakeholders and give knowledge as well as network, as well as we think about civic tech and widen citizen access to public data. Moving on to the climate change adaptation, in our 3-year test, strategy group recommended to focus works of Urban Lab Gdynia on the subject of climate change adaptation. In case of our method, we think that 1-year challenge does not assume that we will solve this problem. We know that it's a global and multidimensional consequences connected with many layers of things that Arjen was talking about. But we think that this 1-year focus can give interdisciplinary work and concentrate the energy of many groups, of many sectors thinking about the present and the future. And now I would like to talk to you and tell you a little bit about 2 elements that are connected and concentrated for citizens' education. First of them is City Incubator. You can see our innovators before COVID-19, because now we went online. So first element that we try to educate and include knowledge of citizens and try to give them something from municipality perspective is a city competences program. It is a short-term skills knowledge course for pledging change pilots and leaders for social change in the city. We organize 6 workshops in 3 subjects. We talk about the city, what is the city and how the city work from the municipality or budgetary unit perspective. Talking about legal and formal conditions of the city. The second thing is that we discuss and work on the challenge. Actually, this year's challenge was the climate change adaptation and mitigation. So we create and organize workshop with Deputy Mayor of Gdynia in innovation and Gdynia Plenipotentiary on climate change adaptation. So we create these unique occasions to have very small meetings and talks and discussion with city officials. The last thing that we want to that we do in this city competencies program is the skills, because we think that such leaders for social change need to have some tools and methods to create and develop social innovation in their communities or groups that they are trying to do something around this climate change. The second element of the City Incubator is Innovation Incubator. We invite citizens to share the ideas for micro-innovation. So we are not stopping only on competencies and education and knowledge. Also, we try to invite them to give something extra to test by the city. As well as we are testing some ideas, Urban Lab Gdynia is open catalog for innovation for other cities. So after our 3-year test, you could find our innovation that you can implement in your own city. Second element of our education, citizen education, is Urban Cafe. And Urban Cafe is a space for open dialogue and discussion about the city between citizens of Gdynia, activists, NGOs, cities representatives, officials, university professors, and we try to educate in different forms because we do the film screenings and documentaries about different topics connected, especially in this year, connected with climate crisis, as well as we invite lectures, we invite academics, experts, and practitioners in lectures or in debates. Creating, and the most important thing of this Urban Cafe is to create opportunity to network citizens with themselves, to get to know this people who have the same or different perspective on the goals, but also to have a knowledge based on science. So it's kind of, we know that we live in a perspective of many fake news or different elements that are more complicated for citizens. So we focus on a few subjects, and in case of lectures, we try to give the opportunity to think about climate change as a whole problem, but also talking and discussing and giving opportunity for get this information from experts based on science, connected with chosen elements that are connected with individual way of thinking and way of doing, as well as some abstract elements. Also, we try to collide some perspective in debates to put city officials on the same now virtual table with academia representatives or activists from movements. Our approach consists city representatives' professional skills and knowledge, cooperation and shared responsibility for the city based on community, NGOs, and creating opportunity to get the knowledge from the experts based on science. And moving on and going to the end of my presentation, this is a 3-year test. We are in the half of this way. And we know that climate crisis and problems such as planetary boundaries are very complicated element of challenge for humankind. So we know that we start something based on active citizens, but now we are thinking about next step because time is running up, and we think about challenge how to cooperate and work and educate citizens who are not directly interested in the problem, because we in Urban Lab Gdynia now are focusing and building community of active citizens interested and involved in kind of some ways to the climate crisis problem. And at the end, I put the quote of a member of Urban Lab Gdynia strategic group, who is also a Polish writer and author of many reportages, Philip Springer. And and this quote that you can read on the slide actually consists a very important element that we are trying to do as Urban Lab. Of course, that we work on policy level, but we want to build a strong community connected with city officials. City officials give the opportunity to get the knowledge, meet some other active citizens, but we believe that strong social network will be able to adapt to such crisis as climate crisis. Yeah, and I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. And I think while we will try to consolidate the questions at the end, and I ask the next presenters, but I'd like to focus that you gave us good examples, but I think at the core is what you talked about is your method. There was something in the slide about the method that people from other contexts can learn. So again, a round of applause to Joanna. Thank you very much. I'd like now to invite the Deputy Mayor of the Municipality of Suseong-go of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Sung-ju Hong, who will share citizenship education to foster environmental sustainability. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You have your 10 minutes up, please. Can we check we can hear you? We can see the slides.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, good afternoon, and 네, 지금 기술적인 결함으로 인해서 동시 통역이 불가능함을 양해해 주시길 바랍니다. Sorry, due to the technical issue, the interpretation cannot be provided. I'm very sorry for the situation. We do have a technical issue here. So I'm going to touch about the first cases. In order to preserve, we have a citizen education case, and in order to create environment, we do have a case for the citizen education. First, in order to preserve environment, as a case for the citizen education, I would like to introduce to you Global Academy for Women. In Suseong Global Academy for Women, there are programs. The goal is think globally and act locally. We have targeted women in order to engage the participation, and when we turn that engagement into activity, I believe that women has more influential power to do so. That's why we targeted the women, under the belief that the human beings can transform the world. So we are having 1-year curriculum consisting of 20 classes. From 2012, every year we're conducting these classes or curriculum. The topics are environment, energy, input, human rights, and sustainable development, and on-site field, experiential, and workshop, and other activities are included there to make the participants to participate in at least one volunteering activities for them to complete the course. In 2013, the participants formed the community as an NGO when they engaged the ESG program. As a result of their activity, the Korean UNESCO ESG official recognized their program. Now I'm going to talk about some of the practical cases that actually delivered. First, we hosted the World Water Forum in 2015. So we have launched a campaign to save the water. Next, it is a project called EM Soil Ball for improved water quality. We have also conducted the environment education, and also we have thrown the soil ball to the lake and the nearby rivers. And so we have promoted through the campaign how to protect our water. Next, small practices to change the world. That was a sort of a program where they allowed the people or participants to have a reuse waste. So this is a campaign that they are they have used upcyclings. So participants participated in this campaign, and they had produced over 300 upcycled product. They do cut their not using jeans and produce this kind of bags, and all these were produced thanks to the voluntary activities of the people. Next, a project called Please Wake Us From Sleeping. Disused or not used stationery product accessories were collected by the citizens, and the citizens themselves have collected all these items to be reused. The product that I don't use can be a new owners to be used completely, and that was the purpose of this case. Next, we had a project to conduct a survey on the use of the plastic recycling. So for these plastics to be reused and to encourage the people to provide their plastic bottles in order to have the recycling. And we have conducted the survey of the plastic bottles by indicating their manufacturers and the name of the drinks and so on. So we have confirmed and analyzed, and also we have provided the result after this campaign. Next, we have conducted to produce a recycled absorbent for the people who are needed this kind of a absorbent, especially for those who are in the vulnerable countries. So volunteers created the absorbent, and also in Cambodia, the people of Korea allowed the people in Cambodia to make the absorbent, and we sent also material for the Cambodians to make the absorbent. Next, of course, the completion of the course is important, but for the sustainability, it is important to increase the participation of others is important, and as part of that, the citation from the Ministry of Environment was very effective. Next, every year we're conducting the overseas volunteering activity. This is a out-of-pocket activity, and we overcome the COVID-19. And at the very initial of the COVID-19 crisis, there was a lack of mask, but we have produced and made the mask to dole out for those who are in need. And also we have conducted this flea market every year offline, but this time we have moved into the online. And all these also showed us that we can bring about this ESG into a life through the various voluntary activities. As a case to create environment, as part of the citizen education, we have a gardening school. Through the greening and gardening, we can pursue the sustainability. We are pursuing ecological city, eco-city, human city, and considerate city. Through the participants of the people, we have begun the Sosunggu Gardening School. The vision of the school is as follows: coexistence, nature, and people create companion plant culture and realize social values. To that end, we are having goals of fostering civic activities and gardening culture in life. And also for the citizens to realize these values, we are going to provide various opportunities. And these are the design for the gardening, from the youngsters to the elderly citizens. for all age bracket. We are considering the health and also the Earth, planet Earth health. So we are making the civic health and Earth health go hand in hand. And also we are going to promote the creation of social value out of it. Community garden and also the restoration of the community and various events for the industry and other related events will be hosted. Today we are actually having this kind of activity, and we're trying to build a village where this can be actually brought into life by drawing the future of our city. I have cited the Abner Howard, the UK author, line here, Gardening Cities of Tomorrow. And also Umberto Basser said that we are the guests who are invited to the nature. Please be polite. When you dream yourself, then that's just dream. But if you dream together, then this is a new beginning of the new world, according to him. Now, we have to dream of the future city. And I believe that this venue is the very start of that journey. And according to the recently published by the UNESCO, there is a rethinking education and towards the global common good. This raises a common question to all of us. Many learning cities, while considering the future citizens, we need to cooperate together because of my serenity, so that the neighbors are not uncomfortable, because of our comfort, so that the child is not discomfort, because of the present abundance, so that the future is not poor. And as Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon that can change the world. So all of us today here, in order to create the learning city, we are here today while exchanging information one another. We can exert a greater power. And I would like to thank for giving us an opportunity to present our cases of our cities, and I hope we can share upgraded cases in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Song Joo-hong from the municipality of Sosungo. Very practical example at the local level with the Global Women's Academy, practice that actually changes the world. And so congratulations on the work you do. Again, a round of applause for the work that you do. And I'd like to invite my colleague and friend, Katerina Popovich. Okay, so we've had the first round of presentations around environment sustainability, the role that we have in terms of global citizenship. The second part of the presentations are around the whole idea of citizenship education and partnerships with key institutions that Arjun has already identified, like non-government organizations or civil society. So Katarina is a professor of andragogy at the Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade in Serbia. She's also the president of the Serbian Adult Education Society and a member of the International Adult Education Hall of Fame. But most of all, she's a colleague and friend who works with me in the International Council of Adult Education. Katerina, can you share your slide, please?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Robin.
You have your 15 minutes, Katerina. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much and hello to everyone. I was hoping that we will meet in the lovely city of Larissa in Greece, but okay, for this time, let's keep it in the virtual space, and I hope in the future we will have a chance to make it up. So I will share my screen now. Give me just a second. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, can you make it? That's it.
Perfect. Okay. As a matter of fact, Arjun gave me already a very good start. So many things he said apply also on the topic that I'm going to talk about today. So I will take his presentation as a starting point and just add a few additional topics, especially because I'm aware of the time. So now I will focus on citizenship education. and NGOs, but civil society, but of course, especially in the context of the learning cities. So my thesis is that there is a kind of natural partnership between these two elements, NGOs and civil society in general, civic education, and the learning cities as the context. And I will try first to prove that with some arguments, and then to give you an illustration of that. When it comes to NGOs and learning cities or learning at the community level, well, it's in the history of civil society that they work, especially NGOs, they work on the ground level, in the local community, and not only work, they are even embedded in the life of the community. And it gives them the opportunity to tackle the needs of the people they live together with, to motivate them to be able to outreach, especially those who are usually difficult to reach. And they're especially close to the vulnerable groups and to some of the burning social problems. So they are there where the real life and work of the people are. They also have the opportunity to connect the national and global policy, and Arjun was talking about sustainable development goals, so I don't need to repeat that, but they have really the opportunity to translate them to or other policies to the local level, to community levels, and that's the only way they can work also. Transformative education is also one of the key words, and Arjun mentioned that also. So working at the local level, so especially the work of civil society, gives a real face to this transformation. As a matter of fact, this is the only way that can make the transformation possible, that can make it work. When it comes to the civil society, NGOs, and lifelong learning, what we have as a very strong connection there is a holistic approach that civil society has to with the lifelong learning. They cover many sectors, and there are no artificial divisions between these sectors. They combine them in a very natural way. They also combine the stakeholders, different stakeholders, and we know it from a very nice examples also we saw today. Different stakeholders, various groups, they work across the barriers. They connect people of different ages through intergenerational learning, people of different sex and gender, nationalities, social status, and so on. So this is a powerful intersectoral work that NGOs are providing. They also bridge different kind of learning, formal, non-formal, informal, again, in a very natural way and in a very creative and innovative way. And that's also how some of the formal providers of learning can learn from the NGOs about creative and innovative way to bridge these different types of learning and different learning sites. By the nature, NGOs are very flexible, they're adaptable, they can react fast to the growing needs or to the emerging needs, being it in a crisis situation, and you will see some illustration, or emerging needs of different target groups. So they're very close to the real life and they can react very fast and very flexible to the emerging needs. And when it comes to citizenship education, that's our main topic. Well, this is in the very nature of NGOs for several reasons. I will mention only the most important ones. Being non-profitable oriented, most of them, NGOs are able to deal with citizenship education even when it's not mainstreamed in the public policies, and usually it's not. We know that public policies are very much about vocational education and training and other, of course, important topics. So somehow citizenship education, by not bringing profit directly, of course, they are not mainstreamed. Another reason might be in some countries that some authoritarian decision makers are not very fond of citizenship education because it has this potential critical thinking and open-mindedness and, increased tolerance to differences, to diversities, which is not preferable by some decision makers. Also, NGOs and civil society in general, they're very close to the, as I said, to the reality of life and work of people on the ground, and in that way, to their civic roles, to their civic duties, to their civic challenges of their civic lives. And also, what we see today, and I believe there is no need to illustrate it very much, there is a growing need for citizenship education. I mean, just check around the pandemic crisis, wars, conflicts, raising authoritarianism, lack of tolerance, racism, xenophobia, and all other things. The need is drastically growing, and I think we are witnessing really a shift right now, and COVID-19 is only reminding us of that. And this need cannot be satisfied without a partnership. So I'm really glad that civil society is considered also in this session as an important partner. So talking about citizenship education now, I just want to underline that we are shifting from this traditional understanding, and it was mentioned in the previous keynote speech, this traditional understanding of what is a good citizen, someone who is, doing his or her civic obligations, go voting and these kind of things. So we are going beyond that, and we talk about the range of the areas that new understanding of citizenship education is covering: political, social, economic, social, human, environmental. And we are talking about few aspects. So it's not only about knowledge and information, about sharing data. It's also about competencies, being able also to do the things, but also be willing to do the things, change behavior and act in accordance to our attitudes. So it's about critical thinking, but also it's about agency. And I think this is one of the key words we should use. Develop people's agency to act for the values they believe in, for the values they share in a local community. So, and this is also, it was clear in previous presentation. I will very briefly now go through this one. So it has to do with awareness about environmental issues, but about the global impact of local issues, and of course, keyword COVID-19. So environmental issues are now integral part of civic education. It's not another area, it's not another topic, it's part of this. Civic education is culturally sensitive, but it's not selfish, it's culturally open. It's also global in the cultural sense, it's culturally inclusive. And now citizenship education includes the broad range of issues related to democracy, to the human rights, to defense against the rise of violence, racism, extremism, discrimination, and tolerance, and so on. Very important, and it was mentioned, but I need to underline that, because of this neoliberal wave that whose consequences we see now everywhere. Citizenship education is global, but it's not based on competitiveness and selfish individualism. It's about new way of togetherness, new ways of being together. Ubuntu was mentioned, but there are also new practices. And within the civil society, we can see this range of different new practices that are based on new togetherness, new ways of being together, new ways of sharing common values in the local community, within the learning cities and the context as well. Think local and act global. I believe this is now more valid than ever. And the citizenship education is now, by nature, I would say, global citizenship education. So a few reasons or a few illustrations how civil society and NGOs reacted to kind of global challenges we were facing, like financial crisis, just remind you of that, migrant and refugee crisis, climate change, environmental degradations, pandemics, and I would just remind you that COVID-19 is just one in the rows, and we have swine flu and bird flu and a few others. So there are more and more reason to think globally, but to act also on a local level and really act. And I will show you, I have chosen to show you a few examples. First one is related to health. To illustrate why it's an inseparable part, integral part of a citizenship education, which NGOs are practicing, and the other one is about democracy and human rights. So it's an illustration from Cape Town, when civil society, after the breakout of pandemic, arranged to help people through the community action networks and to bring them the necessary means for hygienic or food and so on. So this is from Pamoja, one of the ICAM members in Benin, when they organize different kind of groups, especially for those who are not online. Just yesterday on one of the webinar, we heard that 43% of people in Africa do not have access to electricity. So when we talk about digital learning and digital communication, let's not forget about those who are not online, and approximately half of the world is not online. So they were organizing these different events to raise awareness of the people about the important aspects of pandemics. Again, South Africa, the civil society combined the efforts to revive a local community center as a COVID-19 self-isolation site. So there were plenty of examples around the world. And now I want to go to another one, and you might surprise, now I'm showing COVID-19 in Serbia. And this is the first reaction our government had after the breakout of pandemic. And then I'm showing the other one. That's what the reaction of a civil society. So our government said now it's understanding, it's emergency. They proclaimed the emergency, but civil society reacted differently because the older people who are over 65, they had to, they were in lockdown for almost 2 months. They were not able to go out at all. So civil society arranged immediately to help those people and to bring them the necessary things. But they also did another thing. They were protecting some sites, some natural sites, because some companies try to use COVID-19 crisis as a moment, to disposal the garbage and to pollute the environment. So even under the circumstances of COVID-19 crisis, civil society mobilized and arranged some actions to protect the local environment. So it's also about, it's not only the health and the environment, but also about democracy. Civil society and NGOs in the cities, they were drawing attention of the people to the situation of the human rights and democracy during the COVID-19. Because there were many examples of violating human rights with the excuse of COVID-19 and pandemic measures. So now I'm moving to a theoretical, or reminding you of a theoretical concept of public pedagogy, and I mentioned just a few names here like Giraud, Henry Giraud, and Gerd Biestra and Elizabeth Esword, who are talking about public pedagogy as a new concept that brings together cities, and I would say especially learning cities, civil society as a mobilizer, and lifelong learning as a continuous process. So now learning moved to the cities, to the public spaces, and the public spaces became a new learning sites. Public spaces and the learning is also a new content of learning. Now we learn about democracy by doing it. Now we're learning about active citizenship by doing it, by practicing it, by going out, helping people, protecting the environment, doing other things that are important. And this is also a new method of learning. It's embodied learning. It includes action, it includes bodies, it includes emotion, mind, attitudes, and so on. So this is all now captured in this new concept, or relatively new concept of public pedagogy. And I think that's the one that will enrich our understanding of education and lifelong learning. So in that way, I'm just illustrating a few slides, civic movement. So this is similar to Occupy Wall Street. This is again from Belgrade. So for democracy, for the human rights, for freedom. This is another one for intercultural understanding, runners, a sport club from Serbia and from Croatia, two countries that used to be in war not so long time ago. So going out to the street, running, organized manifestations, performances, Occupy Cinema. This is against gentrification and similar movements. Again, this neoliberal investment and investments driven action. So against gentrification of the city. This is from Chile for the free education, against fascism and against authoritarianism. and the colleagues from Greece will recognize this from Athens for the women's right, civic movement and civic performances for the women's right. So to finalize, NGOs are in that way, and civil society in that way, contribute to the new understanding of the learning cities that includes public spaces and the new learning sites and new learning method and the contact, but they're also contributing to the new practices of citizenship education, moving away from this traditional, oh, go out, do vote, be a good citizen and believe in democratic values, to more action-oriented and, of course, more globally. Thank you very much. I hope I kept it within 15 minutes.
You covered it within 15 minutes. I am amazed. And so with such rich pictures and examples. And so I think at the heart of your presentation is we don't learn to become global citizens. We learn by being global citizens. Thank you very much. So I'd like to welcome our last presenter, Mr. Tai Hua Ha, head of Gwangmyeong Lifelong Learning Center. If you could please share your screen to be sure, and then test your microphone. You have Mr. Tai Hua Ha? From Gwangmyeong, yes? Hello?
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello.
네, 광명시. 네.
Okay. So, can you hear me?
You have your 10 minutes, Mr. Ha.
오케이. 네네.
Okay. In our Gwangyang city, in 1990,
There it is. Okay, thank you very much.
네네.
Okay. In our Gwangyang city, for the first time in the Republic of Korea, we have also created and initiated the citizen education, and we have 21 history of the citizen education. For the citizenship education with the NGO, we have a lot of cooperation, and I would like to mention many things, but today we had 6 examples, and I'm going to show you shortly. The first is this year, under the title of Democratic Civic Education, we have a topic. I mean, this is a topic that we have formed up of a plan in order to understand what citizens wanted to actually learn from. So we have assigned an expertise group. So we have conducted a survey on the democracy level, and also we have conducted the enhancement of a citizen project, and also private public network and other public network. And these were the things that we have initiated and inside the Gwangyang city in order to create a democratic citizen education center. We have made such an effort. Next slide, please. So in order to cooperate with the Gwangyang and other NGOs, including YMCA, YWCA, and other education, solidarity, and economic citizen activation practices, and the small libraries were the organizations that we have collaborated with. Next page, please. The democratic education at Gwangyang City was a part of the broader plan of the democracy and citizenship education plan. And also, we have conducted a survey what people actually wanted to learn and how much the level that the people have in terms of the democratic level. So this is a citizenship education program. This is not from our city, but for the organization and other civic groups, if they want, to have a education program. And if they do suggest to us, then we do apply and then we allocate a budget to them. So the Citizenship Education Improvement Program is like similar to that. It's not the NGO groups, but for the individuals and also a member of individuals can form a group. If they do apply to us, then if we do see any wrong things or problem, then we do allocate the budget for them to conduct their own project. So we can make the NGO groups to sustain themselves with their own feet. So next I'm going to introduce to you again, what you can see right now is the collaboration between the City Hall and the NGOs network. And there is a consultative body called a network of the citizen life learning things. So there is a regional life learning committee, and there is a working group committee, and the other is a review committee. So there are 3 committees. So all these committee will review the program. This is a public-private collaboration based on the MOU between these 2 entities, and this is some of the examples that we have actually built. Next. And these are the pictures showing the actual program that we have carried out. We do sometimes form the expertise group, and also we do have a cooperation program between the working level part and the civic groups. And also we do develop some resources for them as well. NGOs and civil organization, and for the democracy improvement of them, we do provide some education program. But due to COVID-19, we had to have a thorough prevention measures taken. And even though that was a very tiny meeting, we had conducted an NGO meeting called the Thanks to Mothers, and there was a family meeting. So as this is a COVID-19 era, so rather than the offline but online, we had a discussion on how we're going to respond to the COVID-19 and how to improve the civic educations and also democracy education. Next page, please. As of now, Gwangmyeong City is serving as a hub via the Lifelong Center, which is located on 5th of our building. And at the entrance, as you can see from this picture, we do conduct the prevention measure here taking place. We do check the body temperature through this screen, and also we control the log of the entrance and those who are exiting. So we are keeping and ensuring the quality control of the prevention of the COVID-19, and we are conducting the education program at the same time. That was the case of the Gwangmyeong City's education on civic and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I think one of the things that we draw from that really is this whole idea of citizenship action and democracy. And so thank you very much. And so we've got a few minutes for the final round with the speakers. There are a few questions, and I invite the speakers, if there are questions that you can answer online, and please chat online. But I'd like to have a last round, and if the translators, again, I appreciate the translators are working very hard. Can we give them a round of applause again for the translators? What we'd like to do, and a few messages, given we have 7 minutes before the end of the session, what I'd like to do is, having heard the different presentations from Arjan's conceptual work around citizenship education, the different sites, the different areas where this is happening, to the examples that we saw in terms of the urban lab, okay? The examples in Susungo of the Women's Academy. And then the role that NGOs play in this, in terms of democratic citizenship. Is there one lesson that you would like to give to our audience who are also learning cities, who are also working in government, in local government? If you have one lesson that you would like to share about the link between citizenship education, so this is the one for the translators. Can you give us one insight about the link between citizenship education in terms of sustainable development and learning cities, and the role that partnerships can play? So I'm going to start from our Mr. Tai Wahal. Can you give us one insight that you would, if you would like to give our participants one lesson to take away, what would you share as the most important lesson around the link between citizenship education, okay, linking to sustainable development, learning cities, and the partnerships? Thank you, Mr. Hua. I hope I'm being translated. I tried to.
네,
First, I want to talk about our case in Gangmyeong City. There's many things. There's one thing that I want to mention to you is that when it comes to the NGO and the civic education from the perspective of public organization, we need to wait. We need a patient. That means without setting a time and encouraging the participant to do exactly in that time frame, rather than that, because the civic groups, they have different levels of capability and a situation, so we need to give enough time for them to have a different results that coming from different times. So at this, but virtually and above all, the achievement will be produced. So when we do support, the executive bodies must have a patient and wait. Then we can reap a good fruit from the NGO, I think.
Hey, well, I think that's excellent insight, because often when we think of curriculum in school, at the end of this period, at the end of this time, finished. What you're saying is, as executive bodies, and I really appreciate that, we need to be patient, because learning takes time. Partnership takes time, but the achievement will be valuable. Thank you very much. Katerina, you're next. Any one insight from your perspective in NGOs, partnerships, the linking between learning cities and citizenship education? Katerina?
Yes. Well, as a matter of fact, I just typed it in the box, but it's good also to comment. And it shows that it has to do with the transformation. And it shows that there are good examples, but they are based on the different set of values. And that's exactly the point. The business as usual, like, oh, we include a few more topics in the curriculum, or we share more information, that's not enough. It has to go deeper. It has to go to the structural and systemic issues in order to understand what's going on. And the countries or the regions who did it, they were quite successful. So it was beyond this, I use the word macho in terms of, you know, this competitiveness that we have taken from the neoliberal approach. So we are competing the virus, we are competing the other countries who also have the pandemic, who is better, and so on. So the softer approach based exactly on this kind of values like solidarities, being together, supporting each other at the local community. So not only be isolated, stay at home, you know, so, okay, stay at home, take care for yourself. I'm afraid that pandemic is driving us to this kind of isolation and selfishness, egoism. So the countries or regions who act differently, who were taking care, but not only for yourself and your own like family or household, but also for the others, they did it better. And in those countries and regions, governments and civil society were cooperating together because they were sharing these values. The others who were using or misusing pandemic, you know, to push for these values who are not really democratic, so they had some worse consequences. So just
thank you. So again, it's interesting how we're changing from the first lesson about patience, and now we're saying the softer approach. There are other approaches that address the same problems, and therefore another way of thinking, another way of learning. Okay. Thank you very much, Katarina. Do we still have our deputy mayor for Susungo, Mr. Sung Ju Hong? Is he still on the line?
네.
I think there is a technical issue, so bear with us a bit. Is it okay? I mean, okay. Is it all set? So can I talk right now? Is it everything set now?
네, 저희도 사실 글로벌.
Well, when it comes to the global economy for women, it took a lot of time, like a decade, and through the education, we made the civic or citizens to act. But it was really challenging because the target was women rather than participating in the community because they were focused on their houseworks. So these people collaborated, and to develop into a sort of a community level, we need a lot of efforts. But what I feel personally is that when it comes to the environmental sustainable development and the sustainable development, the learning city and the local municipality must just support for them to develop rather than just providing education, but let them to act in the region and to form the community. And as an NGO, for them to engage in this community level, so we need to have a sustainable support for them. So that was very valuable lesson that I have learned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, we're starting to see you don't start with what they want to learn. You start with what they are already doing. And you saw, again, a valuable role. Women are very busy. What can they do in their work? And you've given so much examples in terms of the way they care for the environment. So thank you very much and good luck with your work. Okay, I'd like now to go to the next Joanna, from your perspective in Gdynia, is it Gdynia?
Yeah, yes.
One lesson, take away.
Okay, thank you. So I would say that the lesson that we've learned for now is to act now and think about challenges, not crises and problems. As well, remember to try to link those who are not matched together. So be a little bit of city matchmaker and think cross sectors and use dialogue as a method. And that's what I would like to share and the lesson that we've learned right now.
Thank you very much. And it's interesting for us as educators to listen to people in local government who speak in terms of your own perspective of learning. And so last but not the least, the person who started the conversation, Arjen.
Well, I must say, I find remarkable the kind of the convergence, the almost consensus that I see in all these talks.
Yep.
That the dialogical is becoming more important, that we focus less on maybe having some kind of program or plan or prescriptions with learning outcomes that we want to kind of compartmentalize and then teach in ready-made chunks. That approach is clearly not one that is being advocated here. It is about having faith and trust in community and people, and also having a belief that dialogue and the more deliberative kinds of interactions can lead to positive outcomes where we do not always know exactly what the outcomes will be. So it's also emergent. It's a sustainability, citizenship, or global citizenship is an emergent property of interaction, which has underneath a kind of moral compass of care, of concern, of working together, of solidarity. And that's also very strong, I think, in all the presentations, that we must also talk about values, talk about the moral compass, what's driving us, and what keeps us from becoming who we want to become. So how is our lives being shaped in a way by the structures, by the technology that kind of reproduce a particular way of living that is not sustainable. And we must recognize that on a dead planet, there is no citizenship, there is no health, there is no democracy. So let us also not forget, and those are my last words, that we must be mindful of the ecological boundaries and the life support systems on this earth, and that we cannot be too anthropocentric. We must also learn to become more ecocentric and biocentric. And that is maybe the next step that we need to develop more strongly, how to connect and relate to the non-human world. That, I think, is an important perspective that we need to also learn to understand better. And how can we cultivate these kinds of connections? Focus less on the behavioral change, focus more on the spaces, on the environments that invite diversity, that invite dialogue, that invite solidarity, and so on.
Thank you very much, Arjun. And so with that, I think in the end, this is this whole idea of the emergent. We want to transform, but often when we think of transform, it's like, what's the prescription to transform? But rather the transformation is the transformative process of learning. I think it's that emergent that we create it. But I think what you're saying is we create it together. It's not just in schools. It's not just in universities, it's in local government, it's in cities, it's in our local communities, it's our women, it's our mothers, it's all the people, and again, it's civil society. As Katerina said, it's a natural partnership. And this natural partnership is led by policy, but it's also led by values. And with that, I thank again the two cities that have brought us together today, Larissa and Yeonsu. And so I'd like to thank Arjan, I'd like to thank Joanna, Mr. Sonju Hong, I'd like to thank Katerina and Mr. Taihua Ha for your sharing of experiences. I wish you all the best from Australia. I wish you all, I work with some of the learning cities here in Melton and also in Windham. And so we wish you all the best in promoting lifelong learning together. We shall bridge into the emergent, into the future. And so I'd like to turn over now to our hosts. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to chair this panel. And I wish you all the best. I clap for everybody. I think I say kamsahamnida. Is that the way to say thank you in Korean? Thank you very much. So who's formally closing our session today?
Thank you, Mr. Roberto Guevara. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, now the session 2 will commence at 13:30 Central European Time. So see you then. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Olga.
Hoy sí. No. ¿Oís o no oís?
Okay. Have we got Angela mouse here? We do. Yes, you do. Can you hear me? Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome back. Are you ready for session 2?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Yes. So let me give the notice again for those who joined after the conference started. So please carefully read the notice on the screen. If you have any questions for speakers, please post them in Q&A section on Zoom. Moderators will collect them for discussion. If you have any comments to share, please post them in the chat. Click the link for translation. Click the Earth light icon on the menu. Please click it and you can tune in on English, Korean, and Greek channel. From now on, we have Volker Finnegan.
Hello there. Good morning or good afternoon where you are. Well, thanks very much. I'm delighted. It's been a very stimulating morning so far, and I think it's great to have this opportunity to cross borders. We have a session here which deals with two themes. That's citizenship, education, vulnerable groups, and human rights, and then democracy and citizenship education. We're joined by the 7 people who are going to be presenting from the US, from Greece, and Costa Rica. And I think even though these are separate themes, they're obviously intimately connected. And I think they speak to the crisis that people have mentioned a couple of times already, probably more accurately to talk about a poly-crisis. And I look forward to what our speakers have to say about dealing with a complex world, an unequal world in terms of both wealth and power, a precarious world in terms of society and the environment, and also how we might begin to tackle a global culture of distrust in order to take back a sense of the future. And I think the type of discussion we're having about learning cities really speaks to that, to reimagine the city as a space of democracy. So we have the 7 speakers will take up issues of theory and practice, the city and the society, science and social movements, and I think feed us with a sense of how an imaginative and intellectual leap might help us reimagine learning and adult education. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Professor Alexis Kokos from the Hellenic Open University. He's a very well-known figure in European adult education, also a key thinker in terms of transformative learning and some of the dialogue that's happening between Europe and America on that topic. He has a particular interest in how critical thinking can be fostered through aesthetic experience. So I'm going to pass over to you, Alexis. Thanks very much. Can you hear me? We've got 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Fergal, and so nice to meet you and all the other colleagues in this conference. So, dear colleagues, I suppose that all of us share the idea that we live in a world where democracy suffers. Some fundamental reasons refer to economic inequality, unemployment, and exploitation of the poor. In addition, there are further major problems such as intolerance, violence, fundamentalism in all sorts of domains, populism, as well as the devastating influence of mass culture. So
Alexis,
here,
pause for 1
we
second.
have a problem. We have a problem with the slides.
Just 1 second. Thank you. And I can see some comments in the chat. I'll speak to them in a second.
Oh.
Thanks for your patience.
May I continue now?
Yeah, you need to share it fully. Can our host help with that? Okay.
Okay, so within this context of fundamentalism, violence, intolerance, populism, etc. Lost again. Human rights, yeah, that's right. Human rights of freedom, justice, intolerance, enlightenment, and equality of opportunities are violated to a large extent. All of these problems affect mainly the vulnerable social groups, the unemployed, the ill, people in the third age, refugees and migrants, as well as the social, ethnical, and religious minorities. People of vulnerable groups feel threatened and despised. They become increasingly passive and silent. Their social and individual consciousness atrophies. As a result, an imperative need arises to enhance active citizenship, understood as a field where people undertake their role of aware and responsible citizens. They participate in various domains of social and political life. They influence the public discourse and the decision-making processes that concern them, as well as they formulate common action plans that respond to their vital interests. Educational institutions and organizations, mainly adult education ones, may contribute to this process. They can function as focal points where people can meet, communicate, learn together, participate in democratic dialogical processes, perceive and challenge the problematic assumptions they have embraced, and become interested and involved in public affairs. Thus, adult education settings can become crucial microcosms where learners are equipped with the necessary capabilities to realize and exercise their rights and take control of their lives. However, there are considerable difficulties in this process, and I would like to underline these difficulties. The participation of the vulnerable groups in adult education activities is very low. For example, in 2018, only 4.3% of low-educated adults in the European Union, aged between 25 and 64 years old, participated in adult education, while the corresponding share of all adults was 11.1%. Two main reasons can be identified. The first reason is that most of the governments do not give emphasis on the reinforcement of the participation of these groups in adult education. Second reason is the vulnerable group's own attitude towards adult education. Given that the vulnerable groups are not familiar with the educational practices due to their socialization, of course, they are often distanced from participating in them. Consequently, one of the major concerns of organizations, social movements, and educators who struggle for the development of citizenship and democracy should be the increase of opportunities and motives for vulnerable groups regarding their participation in adult education. However, even when the members of the vulnerable groups participate in adult education, they typically face additional inherent constraints in undertaking initiatives regarding their learning choices and actions, and in turn could which in turn could reinforce their capabilities pertaining to active participation in society. More specifically, learners from vulnerable groups often adopt the role of the traditional passive learner, thereby distancing themselves from actually getting involved in dialogue within their learning group or performing responsibilities concerning the aims and the teaching strategy of their studies. Freire identified this phenomenon as culture of silence, that is, a situation where vulnerable groups are silent in the sense that they are forbidden to participate creatively in social life. They have no historical consciousness of their oppressive socio-cultural condition. They take it for granted and are unable to understand that this is the cause of their misery. What is more, they cannot consider that they could become themselves active subjects who, through learning and action, would attempt to transform the societal status quo. Hereby, according to Freire, what the educators should seek is, on the one hand, to stimulate an open democratic dialogue in the classroom, and on the other hand, to gradually reduce their intervention so that learners take an active role. Mezirow, in turn, focused on another crucial issue. Even assuming that a number of learners decide to take the initiative to be involved into a critical mode of learning, it is not self-evident that they will follow the appropriate route. This can happen because learners are often unable to make clear diagnosis of their own learning needs and formulate their own learning goals. To the extent that this self-knowledge is missing and learners are not fully aware of their own best interests, then participatory learning may be proved practically disoriented. And learners may need help in order to become aware of the cultural and societal forces that inhibit them to recognize their interests. Accordingly, both Freire and Mezirow intensively explored ways that might help vulnerable learners to take an increasingly active role within processes of transformative learning. Freire and Mezirow's ideas, together of course with similar contributions of indicatively Granton, Fleming, Brookfield, or Kagan, these ideas can formulate a framework of guidelines that are addressed to emancipatory adult educators. First, an adult educator should progressively reduce the learner's dependency on him or her. This includes helping the learners understand how to use learning resources, assist them to define their authentic learning needs, expand the range of their options, emphasize experiential participative instructional methods, and reinforce learners' self-concept. Second, an adult educator should examine his or her students' learning capacities and avoid creating learning designs that might be asking them to move at a rate that would be unsustainable for them. Third, the learning process should be imbued by recognition, a notion understood as an interpersonal process of caring and support that builds reciprocal self-respect, self-esteem, and self-confidence. Fourth, an adult educator should attempt to establish a supportive, meaningful, and empathetic learning environment that may allow participants to share information openly and achieve mutual and consensual understanding. Fifth, humility and openness of educators are essential within this process. Finally, the value judgments of educators themselves are open to criticism and re-evaluation. Concludingly, the challenge for adult educators is to initially assist their learners, but then progressively enable them to rely on their own strengths so that they may eventually make their own way in critically dealing with the subject matters at hand. In doing so, learners from vulnerable groups might become more capable of participating in the learning process, as well as being critically reflective on their own and others' assumptions. Accordingly, they could become aware of the social conditions that influence their lives and be empowered to participate in the society as active citizens and fight for human rights. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Alexis. That's very comprehensive and useful overview. Great to get us started in this session. If people want to address comments and questions in the chat or in the Q&A section, please do so. We're going to now move on to the second part of this section, which is the city presentation from the municipality of Heraklion. And I think it's going to be led by Angelakis Nikolaos, who's the Deputy Mayor of Education, Lifelong Learning and Youth. A presentation has also been done by Sisamakis Georgios, Deputy Mayor of Development Planning, Digital Transformation, Rural Development, and Papadaki Irini, Deputy Mayor of Social Services. So if you could share your screen, just one thing that has come through from the moderators. If you hit F5 when you're sharing your screen, it will take up the full space. So thanks very much. I look forward to hearing your contribution.
Good afternoon from Heraklion. Can you hear me? Okay. I share the screen. I share a text in PDF.
Lovely.
Okay. Just a minute.
As soon as I see it, I'll let you know, and I'll then mute myself. There we are. It's coming up.
Okay.
I think that's fine. Yep, that's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Nikolaos. Look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Can I start the introduction?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to attend the online conference of strengthening citizenship education at local level. I must say that we're very glad hearing from the distinguished educational experts and the other members of the cluster the good practices at this current issue. Heraklion, as many of the UNESCO global network of learning cities members around the world, face severe challenges due to the coronavirus pandemic. The most important of them being how to keep the people informed and educated in order to face this crisis effectively. This process actually didn't stop, Distance working, distance learning, and web meeting became a part of our everyday lives. The Ministry of Education promoted online learning for all students in all education levels across the country. So, at the local level also, we took action to ensure that the learning process won't stop during the pandemic. Trying to minimize the impact of school closures, particularly for more vulnerable and disadvantaged communities, we ensure that social tutorial lessons continued during lockdown through remote learning. So we proceeded to relevant actions. We took a big digital step, developing our e-services for citizens. We provide helpline for vulnerable groups, the elderly and the disabled. Also assistance at home for the financially weak residents and for those who cannot or are not allowed to move from their homes because of the pandemic lockdown. That means medical and the pharmaceutical care and provision of the essential supplies and handling administrative cases for them. In addition, the municipality made rapid listing and supply of the essentials means of protection against coronavirus for municipal employees. During the crisis, many citizens faced stress and psychological pressure, mental disorders, and internet addiction due to the isolation. Those are serious issues which can't be ignored. The Center of Prevention and Promotion of Psychosocial Health, KESAN as we call it, took actions to connect parents, teachers, and students with each other. The most popular program of KESAN is the online platform KESAN to Spiti Su, means KESAN like your home. This platform contains useful information, instructions, and guiding for COVID-19 pandemic, and a rich selection of educational and recreational topics for creative use of free time for the days of lockdown. The Municipal Athletic Department launched gymnastic programs every day, broadcasted via YouTube towards citizens to work out at home and stay healthy. Several cultural events are broadcasted on the municipality's cultural YouTube channel. Also, as public authority through the municipal website and YouTube channels, we supply more and more information, events, and help for citizens' homes. And finally, the Lifelong Learning Center, which has been established as a part of the Municipal Department of Education and Lifelong Learning, began a new cycle of lifelong learning programs of general education for all members of the society, with particular focus on vulnerable social groups, such as the unemployed, refugees, migrants, Roma, elderly, and people with disabilities. From the beginning of 2020, 865 enrollments have been applied for more than 25 seminars on citizenship education, about the environment and recycling, health, education, and first aid seminars, seminars for new entrepreneurs, seminars for ICT skills in businesses, foreign languages, Greek language, etc. That's why we'll try to provide more computer-integrated programs through the Municipal Lifelong Learning Center in the future, improving technological skills and learning how to use educational platforms. That will open the window of digital learning and training, which can lead also to better work opportunities. Dear friends, nowadays, as we did in spring at the first lockdown time, we try to mitigate the impact localized closures and the fear of the economic uncertainty those closures bring to people's lives, particularly for more vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. And now, let me introduce my colleague, Deputy Mayor, Mr. George Sisamakis, that present to you this first that I said to you before, the step that we took developing our e-services for citizens.
Thank you, Nikolaos. Please go ahead. You have
Hello? Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 5 more minutes. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks for the invitation. It's so nice to be with you. Congrats for the great digital conference. Hope you're COVID-free, all of you, and healthy. I will present you what already Nico said, integration of digital services and citizenship education in the COVID-19 crisis. Well, everybody, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic posed new challenges and facilitated large scales of transitions. The demand for digital services has increased and led millions of people around the world to work remotely. Information and communication technologies have met this challenge by ensuring the uninterrupted operation of service and businesses. Every organization and citizens respond with different effectiveness to the challenge of digital transformation of public service. In Greece, the difficulties of having access to internet and being capable of using the digital services have been observed. These differences were determined by the income level, the age, the gender, or even the place of residence. The challenge to create simple digital services for all citizens, while simultaneously decrease the level of digital illiteracy, is a priority for the municipality of Heraklion. Internet access must be recognized as a right of citizens and not simply as an infrastructure. The municipality of Heraklion has a strategic plan for digital transformation and a clear roadmap for human-centered services. The first concern is to ensure the smooth operation of the services of the municipality, which is attended by numerous applications that have been developed in the framework of project Heraklion Smart City using free open source software. Management of citizen request services. There are more than 163 electronic services offered by the municipality of Heraklion, available to all citizens, out of which 35 are completely digital, and the desired certificate is directly available online. It has been noted that from March, there are an increase of electronic requests from citizens, but 50%, which may be due to COVID-19 policy, by appointment only in visiting the offices. To face this difficult challenge, the municipality improved the provision of electronic service to municipality for the citizens by providing 35 fourth level services, as we said above. The electronic payment were activated, make it easy for citizens to pay their bills. Electronic applications for 100 free parking spaces were made accessible in the city center for citizens living in the area, receiving the permits as beneficiaries exclusively electronically. The municipality strengthened its wireless network by adding 12 new nodes to the already largest municipality wireless network in Greece, with over 115 nodes. On March, 34 cultural events and performances were made digital, presented on the YouTube channel of the Vikelea Municipality Library, and watched so far by over 6,000 digital viewers. On April, another digital channel was created for citizen recreation with 23 videos, 16 music concerts, 3 theatrical performances, and 2 art exhibitions. The digital channel Heraklion Art Culture was created on YouTube. From April to August, the channel has 68,300 views. Apart from Greece, other countries view the YouTube channel, such as Spain, Germany, Serbia, and etc. Furthermore, in order to offer quality digital performances to the citizens and support the artists, the Heraklion municipality converted its own main festival, Create a History of 5+1 Cultures, and Art on the Road into digital. 72 productions will be presented from September till April 2021, the internet channel will be enriched by this new production. Now, citizen participation to the conference. The municipality, using the free software platform Gigi, has its own teleconference system installed in its own data center, where committees take place with citizen participation, technical program consultations committee, urban local group committee, strategic plan committee. So far, 40 councils and committee teleconferences have been held with almost 500 participants elected and employees, with a total duration of almost 3,000 minutes. All these actions contribute to citizenship, education and practice, supporting the digital transformation of the municipality of Heraklion for its citizens and strengthening even more the identity of Heraklion as smart digital city. Those simple things from me, and now Rena Papadaki, the other Vice Mayor, will present you his topic. Thank you for me.
That's one thing. Please be careful with time. Thank you. You're very well. Thank you.
I'm very pleased I'm Rena Papadaki, Deputy Mayor of Social Services of Municipality of Heraklion. I'm very pleased to participate in this special event, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity. An issue which I believe concerns an important part of our lives today, and that we are particularly interested in, is the interaction of generations, the communication and dialogue between different age groups. There are plenty of benefits to receive from the intergenerational cooperation. One of them is the transfer of knowledge from one generation to another, the intergenerational learning, as we call it. This term describes the way in which people of all ages can coexist in the same learning environment. That is, to learn with each other and from each to other. An important part of lifelong learning, where different generations can acquire skills, values, and knowledge. It is valuable as it contributes to the development of solidarity and mutual understanding, to the strengthening of social cohesion, to the treatment of discrimination, and to the promotion of diversity as a factor that enriches life. Before the outbreak of the pandemic, we had the chance to organize a series of events in collaboration with the Archaeological Museum, which were very exciting and successful. The action took place last Christmas, when we organized storytelling events with the participation of elderly people from the centers from Open Protection of the Elderly of the Municipality of Heraklion. During the events, grandparents narrated stories about Christmas to elementary school children. The active beneficiaries had the opportunity and the joy to get in touch with the children and to transfer them the customs and tradition of Christmas as they had experienced them during their own childhood. They shared their memories of past times and revived the tales of their own grandmothers. Stories of preparation of traditional sweets and food, stories of goblins and of the traditional carols they sang house to house in their neighborhoods. In addition, they taught the children the craft of handmade knitted ornaments and Christmas sweets. The children traveled in time through the narrations of the elderly. They enjoyed participating, asking questions, making their own remarks, and crafting handmade ornaments. Taking place in the unique environment of Archaeological Museum of our city, both the passion and joy of the elderly who pass their knowledge to young children and the dedication and interest of children who listen in complete silence to their stories made a deeply moving experience. Unfortunately, the pandemic changed our next plans. we hope that the conditions will soon allow us to organize similar events and to build bridges of communication between the elderly and young in an effort to bring different generations closer, giving the opportunity to the elderly to transfer their experiences to the younger generation and inversely giving the chance to the younger ones to increase their level of awareness towards the elderly is, I think, an invaluable lesson. I have some photos I don't know if I can show you. And thank you very much. Maybe
later, I think. Thank you. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation from Heraklion. Much appreciated. Thank you. Goodbye. F. Harrison.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Giving us this time, and thank you very much for this conference. We are very glad to participate in the global UNESCO Global Network, and we hope we will see you again, not in the conditions, but live. Okay. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you. So a compliment to the contribution from our colleagues in Heraklion is Mr. Freddy Maurizio Montenero Mora's presentation from the city of Escazú, which has a wonderful city emblem, very unusual. It's a flying witch, very very striking. So I look forward to this presentation, and Freddie, I'm going to move over to you now. Can you unmute yourself? Thank you. Lovely. You've 10 minutes. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's been quite an experience to connect, as many of you might happen. But finally, we got it made. My name is Freddy Mauricio Montero. I am the responsible for social, cultural, and educational services from the municipality of Escazú. I am an anthropologist, political scientist, and I also studied teaching and educational management. I'm going to share my presentation.
And just a reminder, hit F5 once it's up there, so it goes full screen. Thank you.
I don't get it. Okay.
Visible there. Thank you. Please continue. Ready?
Okay. So Escazú, it's a land of contrast. It's a little city. It is only 34 and 49 square kilometers. We have 70,000 inhabitants, but we have a land altitude that goes from 900 to 2,400 meters above sea level. It creates a lot of different ways of living of our population. We are the main hub of commercial, banking, and gastronomy and hotel industry of the capital of San Jose. We have also the wealthiest neighborhoods in the city, but at the same time, we have side-by-side very impoverished communities living in our communities. About 16% of the population of the territory are international migrants, especially coming from Nicaragua, Colombia, and Venezuela. We also have strong rural and peasant tradition communities up in the mountains who are still present, working especially in the agricultural side. So all these create a big challenge. The challenge is how to promote a local sense of belonging in this context where you have so many differences, and how to foster local and social integration and teamwork on behalf of the community, where there are a lot of groups that create a lot of distrust among themselves. This is the seal of the city that I wanted also to share with you. we have that flying witch. And I wanted to explain to you why we have this seal. In the pre-colonial times, there were the indigenous women who, with their knowledge of healing, they heal a lot of people, and the city became very famous for these healers, female healers. And they were also known as witches, but good witches. And this is the official seal that we have now in the city. And you have the label up that says Escazú City of Witches, of female witches. The next, okay, I wanted to share also this important part of our city is that Escazú, it's the hub also of the cultural heritage of the ox herding and ox cart tradition that was proclaimed by UNESCO as one of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. We have these parades of peasants with their ox carts that have this tradition also of craft painting. That is one of the main cultural creations that create pride for our community. Next one, please. So in this context, what I want to talk to you about is what is citizenship education for our city. These are like the main aspect that we've been trying to focus on: fostering intercultural dialogue, focusing municipal services on cultural, economic, and social vulnerable communities, strengthening community self-esteem through the recognition of local identities and the sense of belonging, promoting gender equality throughout all social community organizations, integrating migrants and refugees to the ongoing community social life. It's important also to explain that here in Costa Rica, formal education is responsible only for the central government. So we work, especially at in the municipal level, on non-formal education, and also what we call the open education, that it's the adult education, people who abandoned the formal education, and then municipal services attend them to prepare them for the exams that they have to take in order to complete their formal education. Now I'm going to share with you some examples of activities that we've been doing in citizen education. There's a lot of things a lot of different examples that it could address, but now I'm going to concentrate on in these three. First, I want to share with you the Municipal Women's School of Citizenship and Leadership. One of the aspects that we have in our community is that there are very few women working in prominent positions in the associations, in all the organizations of the community. So that's the reason why we created this school. This school, the students have to go through a process of learning that takes about 2 years. And we did it with an agreement with the University of Costa Rica. They study different aspects such as leadership and gender, social communication, social conflict resolution, management strategies, and also there's an aspect very important that is peer learning from local social organizations led by women. So there's an opportunity to share and also create social awareness among themselves and share experiences in how it's about to lead a social organization by women. We have different female leaders coming from all kinds of organizations, such as neighborhood associations, religious groups, political parties, cooperatives, productive ventures, environmental associations, and also cultural associations. This has created a big impact in the position of women in local groups in our city. Next one, please. The other aspect is to foster creativity and innovation through our municipal School of Arts. We work on arts, but also try to foster the traditional ways of creating and innovating. We foster not only what we call like the professional arts, but also the folk arts, the folk expressions that are part also of our traditions. As you can see, the children playing with the traditional rhythms of our city. Next one, please. The other aspect that I wanted to share with you is how we foster migrant and refugee social integration. We work especially with children, and we use football as the way of promoting values such as teamwork, respect to social and cultural differences, gender awareness, and create life skills in children who come from communities that are multinational in our city. We're talking about communities, about neighborhoods where about 30–40% of the people who live there are migrants, and there's a lot of problems of misunderstanding about between national and migrants families, and a lot of stereotypes. And we're talking about communities that are very impoverished. So this is a way that we work together with children, male and female, working together not to create professional football players. The aim of this project is to educate values through football and promoting integration, respect, and also this program has a service of scholarships for education that we offer for the students that for the participants of these groups. Next one. And this is the last example that I wanted to share with you. We created in the municipality a local network of social cooperative responsibility. We have about 60 big companies that are located in our city, and we created this network where we put together all the different projects of social corporate responsibility, and we coordinate them from the municipality, and we put all these initiatives in order with our municipal development plan, and that has given us a big opportunity to really take advantage of all the different initiatives that the corporates have. And in this way, we've been developing different kind of projects in the areas of employment, social and educational issues, environmental and risk management, cultural, artistic, and recreation issues. All these projects that we put together with the cooperation of the private sector, we aim the impact to the vulnerable communities. And it's very interesting because through these projects, you have employees from the private sector working together with neighbors, municipal officials, developing and crafting together projects of social impact. This is something new here in Costa Rica. There is not other city that has this kind of networks of public and private alliances. And it's been very helpful for us to promote this kind of projects and take advantage of the different opportunities that the private sector has. This is it that I wanted to share with you. And I really appreciate very much the opportunity that you have given to me to share a little bit what we do in our city. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Mucho gusto.
Yeah, there's a lot of enthusiasm about the Brujas in the web chat there, and some appreciation from others. So thank you very much. That adds another layer to the discussion so far. In the interest of time, I'm going to there's not that many outstanding questions. I'm going to move on to the second half of this session. So it's democratic citizenship theme. And that's going to be taken up first by Carlos Torres, who is an extremely well-known, very famous, world-renowned educational sociologist. I particularly associate him for his work in thinking critically and carefully about the legacy of Paulo Freire, and he set up the Paulo Freire Institute, amongst other things. He's late of UCLA. He seems to be a busy man across the world, judging by what I learned about him over the past couple of days. And he is a world-renowned expert on global citizenship. So we're going to give the floor over to Carlos. Thank you very much. Do you want to share slides? You're muted, Carlos. You've 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Fergal, for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation. Greetings from the mountains of Topanga at 5 a.m. in the morning. And I title my presentation, Education in the Neoliberal Landscape, which is part of the conversation today. And I see global citizenship as an alternative. The goal of this presentation is to identify some of the critical elements of what we want to do with global citizenship education. I assume that the rest of the people are looking at the PowerPoint that I sent yesterday. It's usually in 15 minutes you cannot say much, but I will make one claim around which I would like to locate the whole argument. The key claim in this keynote is that global citizenship education contributes to global peace. There are many problems I have written extensively of what problems affect global peace. The first one is inequality. It is very clear that since the end of the Second World War and the beginning of the 1950s onwards, the world has become increasingly unequal. Now we can talk about the have and have-nots that have created distinctions, serious distinctions in terms of what we can do, and particularly because in capitalism, people tend to justify what they do according to what they can consume. And that is one of the great dilemmas that we have now talking about citizenship, when citizenship is now being looked in terms of consumers. The second element, very clear for many people, well defined by Alexis and some others in the presentation, is poverty. We are more than 7 billion people on this earth at the moment, and more than 1 billion lives with less than $1 a day. It is true that you cannot compare things in terms of standards of living, but it is also true that even in the less populated countries, the less rich countries, etc., you have much more income than just $1 a day. The third element, which I will emphasize and don't have the time to discuss, is neoliberal globalization, which currently has been confronted by neo-populist authoritarian governments like Trump, that just lost elections in the US, and we are celebrating that. A fourth element that I would like to emphasize, following the tradition of Paulo Freire, is banking education. That is authoritarian education in which the teacher takes absolute control and does not respect the morality, the knowledge, the experience of the student. And finally, last but not least, predatory cultures that are destroying the planet. So why global citizenship education? I can go back to 2012 with Mr. Ban Ki-moon creating the first statement from the UN about education, defining 3 elements. One was education for all, access. Second, quality of education. And then added as the linchpin of this process, global citizenship education, and UNESCO was responsible for pursuing this goal. Theoretically, I see global citizenship as an intervention in search of a theory. Global citizenship education is a form of intervention looking for an agency of implementation. We know that the world is becoming more and more interdependent and diverse, connected with the developments around globalization. We also know that there is a deterritorialization of citizenship practices and identities. In other terms, we have more than 200 million people migrating outside the borders of the country where they were born, and therefore many more millions migrated inside the countries, and that affects dramatically the concept of citizenship. What kind of citizenship we will propose? I have been working on this topic for 2 decades, and I will say a global, democratic, multicultural citizenship. I think these elements of citizenship help to promote global peace and sustainable development. Understand that one of the curious trademarks of globalization that is now pretty much attacked by several groups from the left and from the right is that cultural diversity. What globalization has shown to us that the world is highly diverse. So this idea of a global democratic multicultural citizenship should be the center point of what we do in promoting citizenship in our different areas. And there is a dialectic of the global and the local. Therefore, the global and the local should be commensurated in terms of how you can apply different strategies to promote global citizenship at both levels. It is very clear that what we are experimenting now with COVID-19 is a good example of how localization taken in the wrong way, that is defending the borders of a particular country, has affected the possibility of a collaboration through solidarity, and that is making more and more difficult to really survive this pandemic, which is, at least in my lifetime, and probably the lifetime of many of the generations that are here in this conversation, affecting our life in ways that we cannot even predict yet. So I will say that the only problem that we may find in discussing global citizenship is that some people may think that it's an imposition over national citizenship. My argument will be that the expansion of a universalistic claim of global solidarity rests on the concept of cosmopolitan citizenship nested in a model of cosmopolitan democracies. But at the same time, global citizenship should add value to national, regional, even community citizenship. And I think it's central for this concept. Let me offer 2 elements that I consider central for creating any form of citizenship, more so global citizenship. The first one is what I will call civic minimums. Therefore, that is, all citizens should have participate with a basic help from the state and civil society in terms of material basis. In other terms, how can we expect that people who cannot provide for places to sleep, homeless, people who don't have enough resources to feed their family, that's hunger, people who have no jobs, unemployment, people who feel themselves badly treated by other races, etc., racism, all of those elements conspire against the possibility of constructing citizenship. So T.S. Marshall, pardon me, T.S. Marshall said that exactly more than 60 years ago, and I think we are still at that question, central question, do we have civil minimums to provide for citizenship? The second concept is civic virtues. We need to get a concept in which people really foster general virtues like courage, law-abidingness, loyalty. Social virtues, autonomy, open-mindedness. Economic virtues, work ethic, capacity to delay self-gratification. Political virtues, the critical capacity to analyze, the capacity to criticize. So let me conclude with an argument around what I consider the central elements of global citizenship. What we have now is a call to arms. What we have now is a call to defend the global commons. Traditionally, we have thought of the global commons, those areas of the world that cannot be monetized, that they cannot convert into some kind of merchancy, some kind of elements that construct ability to buy and sell, the outer space, the global the global air that surrounds us, and of course the big forests out there. Many people talk about the Amazons as a universal element, and of course the question of how we are going to live in a planet. Well, the basic proposition that I have is that the planet is our only home. We have to protect through a global citizenship education and sustainable development education, moving from diagnosis and denunciation into action and policy implementation. This is the first element that global citizenship education should help to promote, planetarian citizenship. The second element is global commons is predicated on the idea that global peace is an intangible cultural good of humanity with immaterial value. Global peace is a treasure of humanity. And I think that as long as we can preserve peace, we'll preserve citizenship. And finally, that's my last statement, global commons is predicated on the need to find ways that people who are all equal manage to live life together democratically, pursuing their individual and cultural interests and achieving their inalienable right to life, to liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is interesting, when I postulated this several years ago, I asked myself a question: why happiness? And the answer is very simple. We all pursue happiness. And then I began to see the returns of happiness in economics. I began to see the new journals created in science to study happiness. Therefore, with those comments, I thank you for the patience and the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you so much, Alberto Torres, for that very, very stimulating, wide-ranging talk. I now want to move to the Mayor of Nanjing. It's Mr. Hongjiang Kim, and he is a presentation. I also want to say we need to be careful with time, because I've been alerted to the fact that the program I have has one other part. It's not marked in my program, but there's another participant who should be in this session. So I'm going to call on him after Mr. Hang. Thank you very much, and I invite you in. Look forward to your discussion.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Hong-jung, Mayor of Tangjin City of the ROK. I'm glad to see you all from GNLC member cities. Here in Korea is very late night, and I'm very glad to be with you today. First of all, due to COVID-19, the GNLC member cities and our networks have continuously made exchanges, and we have the Global Citizenship Education Cluster Online International Conference, which is very meaningful, I think. Due to the COVID-19, there are direct and indirect crises affecting economy, society, and environment, and they are the biggest challenges that humanity has been facing since World War II. Because of an issue of not dealing well of them, and also inequality are making us even a bigger challenges. And this challenging status, in order for us to overcome this crisis through the democracy and citizen education, I would like to share with you our cases with the GNLC member cities. Let me introduce to you our city representing Asia as an icon of rapid growth, Tangjin City, called a microcosm of the ROK. The city has 170,000 populations and is urban-rural complexity. And recently, over the past 5 years, there was an increase of 5,000 people, and it's a very dynamic and young city with the vitality that the average age is 42. And now you're seeing the microcosm of the ROK, which is Tangjin. With the opening of the express highways and development of Tangjin Port, we have attracted large companies, including steel makers and fire coal power plants. As such, we experience rapid economic growth, and among 226 municipalities of Korea City, we ranked first in terms of GDP and second in the employment rate and total birth rate. First, and future population growth projection rate third, and employment rate fourth. And also, however, we had a painful result after this economic abundance. Due to a reckless development centering on economic logic only, natural environment was undermined. And that's why we need to have a deep thought and massive transformation. For the sake of industrial development and economic benefit, Tangjin City needed to resolve social conflict of the past that undermined historical culture. For this, an innovation is required to transform citizenship. Under this context, Tangjin City has come to value democracy and citizenship education more. Responsibility, duty, and carrying out full responsibility as citizens, we have a protected environment, and to ensure sustainable city for all, we needed to realize the importance of engagement. To this end, Tangjin City initiated education on democracy and citizenship with focus. Let me briefly tell you how. In Tangjin, democracy and citizenship education did not wait the citizens. Wherever, we reach out to the citizens to provide continuous support of educations. In a town, the citizenship education, not in Korea but across the world, is being provided to many cities. It's an educational service. Democratic citizenship education in Tangjin has a peculiarity that it is based on the historical culture. Tangjin City served as the center of exchanges in East Asia, and Father Kim Dae-gon, recognized by UNESCO, was from the city, and the city is famous for independent movement of Korea. As such, historical democracy and citizenship education are deeply rooted in the city. Such asset of Tangjin City is supporting as democratic and citizenship education to citizens of our time. Democracy and citizenship education are not for adult learners or Koreans. All those who are living in Tangjin can get this citizenship education, including migrant workers and children. The foreign workers get the citizenship education on democracy during day or night and talk about their culture and democracy. Also, young children learn about law-abiding spirit, multicultural, and civic engagement via easy and fun democracy and citizenship education naturally since younger ages. Where the education of the democracy and citizenship will take place. We do have a traditional market that is holding every 5 days, and also daily necessities and groceries are sold there, where not only residents from inner city but those from remote areas come to this place. So we set up a place for education here, so citizens do not need to visit other places for education. In Tangjin, there is a village, the center of independent movement. Residents here get education on history, democracy, and citizenship. And citizen education take place in everywhere, in class. It happens in coffee shops in the region, in art galleries, small bookstores, and residential centers. Wow. Why do we need the education on democracy and citizenship? As I have mentioned earlier, I believe this is important for sovereign to truly become the owner, and for the maturity of self-governing democracy. Such education is becoming a growth engine of key policy of Tangjin. Let me introduce to you. In Tangjin, there are 2 core policies based on the education on democracy and citizenship. There is sustainable development policy and resident self-governing policy. As you know well, in 2015, UN announced as SDG, environment pollution and social conflicts affects our city. And I believe that the UN's SDG is needed for our city. And also before the Korea, we have first set up this plan. And we have also set up our own plan for the SDG in 2017, and we have also activated the citizens' education through the regional governments of the residents. Also, citizenship education has improved the notion on sustainable development, and also it was naturally discussed in citizen schools, and active participation of the local people increased. Second policy is Tangjin self-governing by residents based on democracy. Democracy and citizen education enables restoration of community spirit based on which residents can think and resolve by themselves in such a society. Sovereign are citizens, and with ownership they communicate big and small issues of the regions, creating society together. The self-governing of the residents based on democracy consists of a 14 Eumyeongdong association of residents with 2,050 participants, and achieved results in 65 projects in town. Now, as true owner of Tangjin, based on Tangjin self-governing to realize true principle of power and sovereignty. Evolving Tangjin sustainable development based on democracy and citizenship education based on the 2035 Tangjin SDG basic plan and implementation plan. We completed local SDG model of Korea. Now the value of sustainable development is in our lives. With democracy and citizenship education, Tangjin, as partner of GNLC member cities, will join the journey towards sustainable society. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That's a very useful contribution from Korea. Gamsa, thank you very much. That's great. There is one question in, and there's one more presenter to get involved in this session, Felipe. So Felipe, while you get ready, there's a question from Carlos from George. And this is the question. Dear Professor, Tara is one of the good dimensions of advanced capitalism, the virtual abolition of borders. One would expect that information technology would have supported the development of cosmopolitan citizenship. but is this the case? What is your opinion on the role of the media in restricting or even manipulating the idea of a planetarian and cosmopolitan citizenship? It's 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's a big question. So, and Philippe, if you don't mind getting ready while Carlos answers this, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, George, for the question, and Fergal for conveying that. Truth be told, that we are living in a time that the digital culture percolates around us in such a way that invades our own private as well as our own public life. This having been said, keep in mind that the word post-truth was 2 years ago the word that was selected as the most important word in the English dictionary. Post-truth has been one of the main elements of the mass media, because the conspiracy theories are evolving more and more so, because there is an extraordinary ability to manipulate, hackers, name it. Let me put it in this way to be very concise. If you look at education, look also at mass media. Education has two components that opposing itself, and these two components are very clear. On the one hand, education helps to reproduce social inequality. On the other hand, education could help to liberate individuals from oppression. Looking at these two possible scenarios, that's what education is. I call it the duality of education. That is exactly what I will say about mass media. There is a duality of mass media. When on the one hand, you can have all sorts of activities around mass media, creating knowledge, teaching people, getting people together, enhancing solidarity, being able to communicate critical thoughts, even approaching people from distance, creating a community of learning and creating a community of shooting. Remember what is happening in the world right now. There is a growing sense of feeling lonely, of feeling depressed. So there are ways in which this mass media could really contribute to help people in the middle of the COVID situation and the confinement and quarantine. On the other hand, you have all sorts of things conspiring against these very noble goals. So there is not a particular recipe, but I think we have to learn how to live with these conditions and improve upon.
Thank you very much for that answer, Carlos. Could I invite Felipe from São Paulo in here now, please? And
good afternoon. I'll share my screen. Just a moment here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, but can you hit F5? It's maximized, please.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to begin by thank you for the invitation and opportunity to participate in this online conference. I'm Felipe Costa from Brazil. I'm Portuguese language teacher, but now I'm working in the city's education department as technical education assistant. And I'm also PhD education student at the University of São Paulo, where I research about Portuguese language teaching and curriculum. And here I'm represent the education department of the city of São Paulo. In our municipal schools, we have approximately 2 million students. And I just spoke about this number because in a city with great extensions, unfortunately, we will have some vulnerabilities to face. So here on this first slide, you read an attempt to develop a concept of what vulnerability is for us. we understand that it is necessary to highlight different perspectives on the vulnerability that can occur at the individual level when it is marked by the actions and experience of the individual, but it is also social, mainly when it translates the way the society is structured and how relationships are produced in different groups and contexts. Include that institutional context that derives from the way in which the state responds to the specific needs of individual or social groups in terms of guaranteeing fundamental human rights and citizenship. And we have also tried to understand in the field of education how the term vulnerability can be understood. So on the second slide, I brought a part of one of our documents in which we clarified, especially for our professionals, what education vulnerability is for us. So although the literature represents few studies that use the term educational vulnerability, in the city of São Paulo, we understand it is as a set of situations that weaken, interfere, or prevent the learning of babies, children, and adolescents due to fail to meet their needs educational. What can cause, for example, students to be denied their rights by those who should provide such rights, just because we consider here in Brazil education as a public, subjective, inalienable, and universal human right. So, from these two understands of the terms vulnerability and educational vulnerability, I made some slides trying to answer these questions. What can make our students vulnerable? And what have we done here in São Paulo to combat educational vulnerability in our city? So here we have some parts of some actions and some vulnerabilities linked to some aspects that we face here with our students. So thinking about physical, methodological, pedagogical, and affective or social aspect, here in São Paulo, we created and maintain NAAPA. Em português, we say Núcleo de Apoio e Acompanhamento para Aprendizagem, and in English means Support and Monitoring Center for Learning, in the 13 regions of the city, which has strength the pedagogical practices necessary to guarantee the learning rights of each student, mobilizing resources and strategies that respect human diversity and consider that the student's subject should be valued regarding gender, ethnicity, culture, disability, religion, among other particularities. So in this NAAPA, each team is composed of 4 professionals. We have 1 coordinator, psychologist, and 2 psychopedagogues. These professionals help students and teachers to face some vulnerabilities related to physical, methodological, pedagogical, affective, and social aspects. We have another one. Here in Brazil, we say special education service. This special education service is offered to baby, children, and students with disabilities, global development disorders, or high skill or gifted, and considers as target group for this special education. And then we created here in São Paulo some actions and some programs. In Portuguese, the first one is called Centro de Formação e Acompanhamento à Inclusão. In English, Training and Monitor Center for Inclusions. And in each school, we have salas de recursos multifuncionais or multifunctional resource rooms. And for those rooms, we have some teachers. One specialized educational service teacher, or a teacher of support and monitor of inclusion. We also have a school life assistant, here we will say auxiliar de vida escolar, to help students and teachers and other professionals with some students with disabilities, and we have education for deaf. So we also consider some groups, some ethnic groups as vulnerable too, and we have here in São Paulo some indigenous schools or indigenous school education for Native people. And here we have 3 indigenous schools we call as CET in the city of São Paulo. This is the map of our city. And some neighborhoods like Jaraguá and Parelheiros, we have 3 villages, Tecoapiaú, Crucutu, and Tenondeporã. In these schools, indigenous schools, we respect, or there is respect for the specific learning process, for the specific of indigenous school education, and at the same time that it favors the access of educators and children to information, technical, scientific knowledge of non-indigenous society. We also have some vulnerabilities linked to the ethnic and racial aspects, especially with those relate to Afro-Brazilian, African history and culture. And we have a center here, which is called in Portuguese, Núcleo Étnico Racial, or Center for the Education of Ethnic Racial Relations, which reaches education establishment in the municipal education of São Paulo through the continuous training of teachers and managers based on education for coexistence and teaching for learning, producing knowledge about Afro-Brazilian, indigenous, immigrant, and Latin American history and culture. We also have some programs and actions where what we address to important action like guarantee access and permanence for every students in the public school. And for this, we have some actions like school uniform. We deliver some kits to our students, and in each kit, current consists of 5 t-shirts, 5 pair of socks, 1 jacket, 1 pant, 1 short, and 1 pair of sneakers. We have also the school feed program here in the city of São Paulo. This is one of the largest in the world. So every day we have 2,300,000 meals served for more than 2 million students here in our city. I couldn't translate this program called Leve Leite, but this is a program which offers powder milk to our students here, especially for our babies from 4 months of age and children up to age of 6. And also we have some school supplies. So all the students, including the babies, receive some school supplies, and we have some kits that vary according to the modality and stage. And the last one, a great program here, which we call as TAG, Free School Transport. It is a program that seeks to guarantee access and permanence in school for children between 4 and 12 years of age enrolled in the municipal education here, and for which it was not possible to make a place available in a school up to 2 kilometers from home. It is also serves students with disability or chronic illnesses with medical indication. And the last one, the Early Childhood Scholarship. It is a program which grants a monthly financial, R$200 per children, up to 3 years of age to family with socioeconomic vulnerability living in the city of São Paulo. Here, I try to summarize some programs and actions we did here to face some vulnerabilities we have here in our city. And this is my email. And thank you. That's it about from São Paulo here in Brazil.
Obrigado, Felipe.
De nada.
I think, as you'll all have heard, there's an extraordinary range of ideas going on, a ferment of activity. So I think we're going to have to, with the time in mind, I think we're going to have to say, let's love the questions that we hold and carry them into the next day. I think time is up now. I do want to say thank you to the Learning City of Larissa and Yeonsu, Heraklion, Danjing, São Paulo, and I think we all want to thank Alexis Kokos, Nikolaos Angelikos, Georgis Sisamakis, Irini Papadaki, Freddie Montenero, Professor Carlos Torres, and Mr. Hong Jang Kim, and of course, Felipe Acosta. It's been a very, very rich afternoon. Thank you so much. So I think we can applaud them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Finnegan. We'll start tomorrow at the same time as today. And let me briefly inform you of the program for tomorrow. We'll have sessions covering citizenship education with a link to digital age and culture and local traditions and youth forum. I appreciate all of you who participating today and look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Kamsa. Thank you. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Θα μας κλείσει, ωραία, μιλήστε.
Νίκο!
Κυρία Αγγελάκη, μας ακούτε?